we didn't have time to get them to you in advance. Cool. Sorry. I skipped over it. I understand. Okay, we're gonna backtrack a little bit and go to public participation. Right now, folks will have 1 minute to speak before the board if they wish to do so. Okay, seeing none, we will move forward with the discussion on our 2023 board priorities. All right, so soon everybody will have a packet in front of them, but there's also a PowerPoint in front of us. I had everyone fill out a survey just to get some feedback ahead of time on personal priorities so that we could have a more structured conversation today. Andrew and I went through and kind of categorized all of these that kind of could be lumped together. That way we can have a discussion on prioritizing the priorities that everybody has submitted. So skipping to the next slide, there are different categories. You'll see the first 6. And then there's another category for other responses that didn't fit into those. So we have a cluster of feedback from commissioners that deal with human services, providing good government, affordable and available housing, East Side Community and Recreation Center, developing new funding sources, energy and sustainability. And the next slide. So here's some of the feedback that we got that deals with human service delivery, and hopefully you all can glance through that. And then I think what I'd like to do for each individual topic, I basically included all of this feedback that I received anonymously, but folks are welcome to make comment now if you'd like to. If you notice one of them was yours and you want to provide additional information, I think it's probably a best use of our time if we go by issue that we've categorized these in. So would anyone like to talk about promoting and improving human service delivery? Okay, Commissioner LaBarre. And then I'll go to Hodge after that.
Chair, if you'll oblige me here, do you want us to try and keep comments quick and dedicated to each item to get through all this? What is the way you would seek us to respond here? I want to be sensitive to your wishes.
Well, we have less than an hour and a half, so I think keeping comments brief, but I also don't want to lose detail that's needed for the conversation. So I think, for this category in particular, we had a lot of feedback on. So I think if we spend 15 minutes as a group on this, that makes sense. And then we can spread the rest of the time out. So does that help?
Great. I'll try and meet those expectations here. One, thank you for doing this. This is never easy. And 2, it doesn't surprise me about the importance we've all put on human services. I did just want to note there is a quote here on the back that I wrote about pragmatism and progress. And I was intending that as an additional comment. So if it seems overly vague, that is why. But yeah, I appreciate it and in full support of having this be our top priority, though I know others are important. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest that we just look at all of them and then use the time to discuss, but
Okay.
this is fine too.
No. Does everybody have a packet now?
Yeah, everybody has packets, I think.
Awesome. Does everyone want to take 5 minutes to look through it and then we can?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, I will time us. We're going to take a brief recess until 5:45. All right, and Commissioner Hodge, did you have something? Okay. Well, you're the next person with your hand up. Okay, I see. Great. All right, anyone on this side of the room interested in making a comment about the first category on promote and improve human service delivery? Okay, Commissioner Robbie?
Well, there's so much to say about this topic, and I appreciate that, first of all, that you have put this process together. Madam Chair, I think this is an important conversation for us to have, and I think it sounds like your intent is for us to continue this prioritization discussion into a retreat that we're going to have. But you know, this area is definitely a core one that I think we should. It's clear based on the number of responses to it that that it's a top priority for folks, and it's something that we're going to be delving into tonight, it sounds like, as well. But I don't think that even with the actions that we're going to be taking tonight, that we're going to be solving anything by any means in the long term. And so, making sure that we have this conversation is really important. The one connection I did want to make to item 5, develop new funding sources. I really think, even though it only got 3 votes, so to speak, or 3 people put it on their thing. I did put it on mine as well, but my category ended up in the provide good government one because I kind of spliced a bunch of different things together, but really mine was in that category as well. So, but really that developing new funding sources piece, I think, is crucial to really all of these items, because we're really only going to be able to do as much as we have the resources to provide. And what I said in my response around that priority was really focused on, I would like the county to engage in more enterprise type work. Yes, of course, new millages is something that we should look into, but also looking at ways that the county can create essentially enterprise like business type entities that can help to bring in revenue for the county. So if we were to, for example, construct a building, having commercial real estate that we could rent out and bring in revenue to the county, but looking at different opportunities like that to create longer term streams of revenue so that we can provide some of these services. I think that's really something that I'm passionate about, finding those opportunities and then developing those funding streams so that we can provide the services that we're going to be talking about today. So I just want to make sure to make that connection between those 2 categories.
And I'll just add, we can ignore the priority number on the left side. When Andrew and I were putting this together, I was like, I don't think that people were doing that, and I didn't make that clear. So I think the important piece is the overlap of all of our shared goals too. And then this conversation will also help. Like when I submitted mine, I only submitted 2 priorities because I already knew that I agreed with a lot of the priorities that were submitted. So that's just kind of where I went with it. So I think Commissioner Scott, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I just agree with what Commissioner Robbie said. It's like, we've bucketed these things, and I mean, wow, it must have been really hard to organize it. But we've bucketed these things, but some of the buckets like overlap. Like I, in particular was looking for, it looks like somebody else too, structural funding for community health workers. And then that sort of buckets over to some of my budget like requests that we do for transparency and budget and looking at FVR. So, I think that they're not as siloed as they think. Like in order to do some of these things, we need to do others. And maybe if we just, once we think about what our priorities are, if we can think about the steps to get to those priorities, maybe that's also part of our retreat. Like what do we have to do to get to those priorities, which might knock out other priorities? Thanks.
I think that makes sense. Anyone else on this side of the room before I go back over to the other side? No? Okay. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what's already been said about how many of these priorities are cross-cutting. I think it was probably Commissioner Scott that also put the item on here about community health workers. Yeah, so I put the item on here. It's on, I think, probably the next slide around taking a look at evaluating a lot of the ARPA work that we've done and things that we are piloting, like our expansion of community health workers or the work that we're doing through the Financial Equity Center, if evaluation of that programming yields really positive results, I would want us to look at methods for structurally funding that. And that's something that I think we see across many of these different, I appreciate you bucketing it across many of the buckets. Commissioner Robbie's comments around enterprise work, it makes me think of when we went to the Wayne County Board of Commissioners, where they're located at. And yeah, a lot of the businesses that they have in there is a way, I mean, I'm sure they're paying rent and then that's going up and to the government. When we're thinking about building out the East Side Recreation Community Center, I see opportunity there because of the number of acres that'll be in that space. And as we think about the West Side Service Center, I could see opportunity there for that as well. So I was really encouraged to see how aligned the 9 of us are on a lot of these things. They really fit together nicely. So I'm looking forward to further conversation about it.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on this side of the room want to make a comment about this category? No. All right, well, I think that we got a lot of feedback on this and maybe it'll be a future topic of discussion at another working session, in addition to more discussion at a future retreat. All right, moving on to the next one. Provide good government. And I think this one just had 1 page, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so would anybody on this side of the room like to make comments about this category? All right, anybody on this side of the room? Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just. No, maybe I don't. I mean, it's sort of like, it says what everybody can read, but I mean, this functional vacancy rate, I think that this is something we should do sooner rather than later to think about how we have positions funded by the general fund and what the functional vacancy rate of those positions are. So then we can think about, that's a quick way we can think about how we are structurally funding other places.
Based on that feedback from Commissioner Scott, would anyone else like to add comments? Commissioner Hodge?
I just say I think we're all good fans of big fans of good government here. And that item there is the second item is what I mentioned in my previous comments.
Great, thank you. And I see Commissioner Scott has her hand raised again.
Because I had actually two of my priorities were there. One was about the FBR, and then one was like the additional response there that I think goes into that, which is actually like a huge thing. And I would be interested to hear how other commissioners thought about how we could do this. Transparency and budgeting. I think the budget is very opaque and it is difficult to figure out where things go. So when we talk about things go into equity-based programming, but if we want to see where the funds went, we can't do that. So it's really hard to change the budget when we don't understand those things. And you can see that, you know, these budget priorities that we have are going to require budget changes. So somehow configuring the transparency in the budgeting so that not only we can figure it out at this table, but people in the community can figure it out as well. I mean, we've talked about that. It's hard. It's opaque.
Okay, thank you. And then Commissioner Robbie, and then anyone on this side? Commissioner O'Barr will be after Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, so my item on here, obviously exploring more enterprise revenue for long-term fiscal stability. That one's mine, but also, so I already talked about that, but the other piece that I had there was looking at similar to what Commissioner Scott just said, making sure that we're, staffing up the county. And I know that we have a number of vacant positions. I know that the administrator and the chair have been working diligently to try to fill those positions. But, I mean, I just have observed that, many of our staff have been working exceedingly hard to fill multiple roles while those vacancies exist. And I know that there was kind of a perfect storm of a lot of vacancies occurring at the same time. But I would love for us to think through how we can sort of develop safeguards within the system so that hiring is more systematic and maybe can happen more rapidly to fill some of the key positions that we have. I know that there's conversations, there's a conversation that we're potentially going to be having at a future meeting around staffing for some of our boards and committees, including the environmental council and others. And so how do we properly staff governance? I think that's the other piece that I had on their BOC. Obviously, hopefully we're going to be hiring that positions tonight. Is one person, does one person have enough capacity to, staff the entire board? Is there potentially opportunities to expand that? And then again, how do we look at our committee structure and make sure that our citizens that are serving in those capacities also have the support that they need? I think that we often lose track, and we don't really have a culture of looking at, the democratic leadership of an organization as needing capacity. But we do need capacity in order to serve the residents well, in order to be able to, respond to concerns and inquiries that people have. We are all part-time commissioners that have, basically full-time responsibilities as commissioners with all the communications that we get, and making sure that there's capacity available to help us do our jobs, I think is really important. And so we really, I think, need to look at that and expanding our governance capacity here at the county.
Great, thank you for that feedback. And next we have Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. One, I want to echo Commissioner Scott's point about the budget. I would add to that, part of the opaqueness comes, I think, from the amount of federal and state dollars that we have in that budget. And that if you don't know to ask or to look for those, it's not just easy to figure out. I'll flag just folk hopefully saw last week, there was a decision related to the use of Medicaid surplus for CMHs. That's the sort of thing where it's easy to get lost in the details if you're looking at a budget, from outside the organization. Two, in terms of capacity, one thing I think we should also keep in mind is when we pass policy, what's the impact on implementation? Do we have the capacity to actually implement the policy we pass here? Because I think generally we mean well, but that capacity question is always out there. And I think I'll stop it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Based on those comments, would anyone else like to add something at this time about providing good government? Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick to Commissioner Robbie's comments earlier about potentially having trainings for the citizens that we appoint to boards and commissions. Robert was working on that. That was one of the things we were working on before he left. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, once we have someone permanently in that position, unless you want to stay and continue anyway, for us to work through that and be able to have that. Robert worked to establish that in the city of Ann Arbor, where he was at previously before he was with us. So hopefully we can use that as a model to figure out how we can do that here too. Because I know a lot of the people that we appoint to those boards and commissions would appreciate being able to have some sort of training around parliamentary procedure and just how all that stuff works.
Wonderful. Thank you for adding that context. And back to Commissioner Labar.
Sure, I apologize. What I forgot has come back to me. I wanted to throw in there, and I don't know if it made it or not, some focus on the relationship between general fund endeavors and non-general fund endeavors, particularly in terms of the operations around CMH, OCED, and public health. I don't know the answer there, but those tend to be the big three that always stir the pot, so to speak. And so I think having a look at structurally, is there a way to account for the impacts the county has on those three and vice versa? That would be helpful. Thanks.
It did make it in, and I agree with you. Anyone else on this side? Anyone on this side of the room? Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. Oh, we did have additional providing good government. So we did have your comments right there, Commissioner Labar. Okay, move on to the next slide. Oh, thank you. this is probably the most important bucket right now. So affordable, unavailable, or accessible housing. Anyone want to start us off for this discussion? All right, Commissioner Robbie.
I mean, obviously that first one is mine. You know, the Housing Commission idea, I think we talked about several times, and I really want us to dig into this. I appreciate the chair and several other commissioners, including Commissioner Somerville, for really, you know, helping to be part of this conversation. And I think this could really transform how I mean, we're in a crisis right now. We are in an absolute crisis. We've been in a crisis for over a decade. There was a report that came out in 2014, and we've only gotten worse since then. And that report outlined thousands of the need for thousands of units to come online. And we just haven't met that demand yet. And we're still far off. In fact, I think at some point we should probably do another study, commission another study to look at what the need has grown to now. I'd imagine that we're going to be horrified by the result, but I think a housing commission could really help to kickstart that conversation. And then in the medium to long term, actually build some real opportunities for people. But again, I think, you know, building off of what I was saying before, I think we need to think big as a county and look at what opportunities we really have. We have bonding capacity, and we have the tools at our disposal to be able to create housing opportunities for people, whether it's short, medium, or long-term housing. We have the opportunity to create supportive housing. We can get access to state and federal, you know, funds. We can partner with nonprofit organizations. This is our responsibility, one of our many responsibilities, and is something that we should really be stepping up to the plate to do. And again, we can do it in such a way and formulate in such a way that we also create enterprise revenue for the county to help support the long-term viability of these types of developments. So I'm really excited about having this conversation and looking at what we can do as a county to build physical infrastructure for our community.
Thank you. And I guess I'll just add, I think this is another one where it might make sense for us to have specific time at our retreat to unpack a little bit more, but also maybe at a future working session as well. Anyone on this side want to make a comment about affordable, available / accessible housing? Okay, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo the points already made and just say that we understand this is a crisis. And that's why if you're tuning in now, continue to watch in the Board of Commissioners meeting where we're going to be voting on a short-term strategy to address the crisis as we continue our long-term strategizing on how we can really make real impact in people's lives.
Thank you. And Commissioner Light, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry
I just
about
wanted to really make sure that we emphasize on making sure that we utilize for housing, that there is plenty of housing, that we can have housing outside of just our 48197, 48198 area. Washtenaw County is large enough to build outside of just those zip codes, and we need to keep that in mind. Especially, I know in my district, which is very large, there should be some housing options available. So just keep in mind for everyone to expand and think bigger.
I feel very confident saying that some of my colleagues in the city of Ypsilanti agree. Commissioner Beaman.
I just want to piggyback off of Commissioner Light's comment that I have leaders within my district that are interested in how to create more affordable and accessible housing. So I definitely agree with this point wholeheartedly.
That's great news. Anyone else on this side of the room? No? And Commissioner Light, if I skip over you, it's not on purpose. Just raise your hand higher. Thank you. Anyone on this side? Okay, well, I'll just add a few comments before moving on to the next. Was there another page to this, Crystal? Okay. No, okay, perfect. So I'm really excited about the conversations that a few of us have been having offline about creating the housing commission. I'm also excited that our administrator is on board with exploring this some more to create other opportunities outside of what some of us might be even used to. So I'm excited about that. Also, I think in my comments, I wanted to make sure that we're thinking both immediate, short-term response, but also long-term, because we got to do both. So I just want to emphasize that as well. Anyone else want to make a comment before I move on? Okay, next slide, please. All right, so this one, there were several commissioners who included priorities around the East Side Community and Rec Center. And then I just also want to add, in my notes, I drew plus youth needs, because outside of this larger goal of creating the East Side Community and Recreation Center, there's also a lot of need in other parts of the east side of the county, in particular the city of Ypsi and the other side of the township, Ypsilanti Township. So I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in this larger goal of the East Side Community and Rec Center. All right, I'm going to start over here first.
Oh,
Who over
thanks.
here-
Going back and forth. Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
who over here would like to start first?
I thought you were pointing at me.
Okay, cool.
I have
I'm
the
going
floor
to
now.
now. Commissioner Hodge.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to thank my colleagues on this one in particular. This is one of my top priorities, and I'd love to see this get to the finish line by the end of the year. Clearly, there are more comments on here than there are commissioners that represent the east side of the county, and I think this really demonstrates the commitment of the full board to making this a reality. So I'm really grateful for all of you for continuing to work on this. I know this has been a thing that's been talked about for more than a decade, maybe more than 2 decades, and I'm confident that our board is going to be able to get it to the finish line.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anyone else on this side of the room like to make a comment on this? Commissioner Sanders.
I just would like to add that if we're considering using recreational cannabis, it should be to meet the youth needs and services for our youth in Washtenaw County. I know that the east side needs attention, but it shouldn't just be in Ypsilanti.
Sure, I will respond to that because that was one that I added. So I've had conversations offline with Administrator Dill about reinvesting some of the dollars that the county gets from Ypsilanti's cannabis facilities. So we get matches from the city of Ann Arbor, city of Ypsi, and Northfield Township. So I agree. I know that this last year, the city of Ypsilanti is getting $500,000, and so is the county for the amount of facilities. So as part of like a larger strategy to get the county to really invest more in the city of Ypsilanti in particular, I thought that was a good way to pull some revenue from. But I agree. I think that we have youth needs in Western Washtenaw. We have youth needs in Ann Arbor too. So I 100% agree. I just threw that in there because I represent the city. Awesome. Anyone on this side? Okay, Commissioner Raby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just building off some of the comments you made, I wanted to elevate 2 Parks and Rec Commission meetings ago. There was a conversation that was had about recreation programs that the county already provides on the east side. We apparently partner with several church facilities. And I brought up the point that it was a little bit disappointing to me that the county doesn't have more of a parks footprint on the east side of the county. And to your point, not necessarily just in a one building or one facility type of way, but actually having maybe even multiple smaller parks or pocket parks or small facilities, building shelters that they can use for youth programming. And while of course, partnerships with external organizations are always great, the county should have some physical infrastructure to provide those programs itself. And so this is something that I did bring up at the last parks, 2 Parks Commissions meetings ago. And I know that you've been advocating on this issue for your district for quite some time. So I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. The last thing I want to say on this quickly is, I obviously, just like everybody else around the table, want to see some type of a larger investment as well, in addition to those smaller investments in the form of a community facility or a recreation facility. I do want to make sure my value in this, in addition to seeing that happen, is making sure that that facility has the highest level of public and community accountability possible. And generally what I've seen is that means that it is a public facility. And I know that that's not the track that we've been going down, but that generally is what I've seen to be the most successful in terms of ensuring that the community has input, not just in the initial phases, but at every step of the way down the road. So I just want to make sure to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this side? Commissioner Light? No? Okay, anyone on this side? Okay, Commissioner Sanders and then Commissioner LaBarre.
Commissioner Robbie, I'm confused. You mentioned that the track that we're going down currently wasn't a public. Can you help me with that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I was being a little bit opaque, but you know, I think it's certainly a public process. I guess what I meant is the facility, the plan that I've seen is to have the facility run by an external organization. And whereas that compares to the Mary Lou Murray Center where it's run by county staff. And I just want to make sure that there's accountability down the road as well. If it is an external organization that's going to run it, I just have some concern with that and creating two differential models of how county facilities are run. And I guess I just need to understand why we've decided to go down that road versus providing similar services to what we have at the City of Ann Arbor facility and making it publicly accountable and publicly run. That's what I meant by that statement.
Okay. Commissioner LaBarre had his hand up and then I'll go to Hodge.
It's probably a good time just to reiterate my support for East Side Rec Center, and two, to say I'm very fortunate in my commission district that is in the city of Ann Arbor, except for Township Islands. And some of you may have heard Ann Arbor has a few parks. We also have Mary Lou Murray Center in the district I'm fortunate to represent. I want to be helpful for an East Side Rec Center. The biggest thing I could use is clarity from my East Side colleagues in terms of when, where, what, and how. And I'll be there to support you, but I've seen over 10 years, it's those details that are most difficult. So I stand ready and willing, and put me to work. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I am confident that you stand willing. Commissioner LaBarre, you've always been willing to support in this. I would just say for context, with the size of the property that we're looking at more than just the facility that will be run by an external partner. We're looking at a community center space and possibly additional facilities, including a service center that'll be there. So there's a lot that'll be going. I believe it's 29 acres is what we're looking at. So it's a lot of space that we're looking at.
Yeah, and also potentially some housing options. And I'll just make some comments too on that. Obviously I'm new here. I think I'm in my third month officially yesterday. And I think like for the three of us who are new to the conversation around the East Side Rec Center and the external organization would be the YMCA. I super agree with accountability and making sure that we have something in place to make sure that that's meeting the need. And I think that we can do that. I've been acquainted with a lot of the folks that are affiliated with the Y for some time. And I know that I think we can do it in a way that provides accountability for both us and them, because we will own the site ultimately. So I do agree. And I also appreciate Commissioner LaBarre too for his ongoing support. And I think that hopefully we'll be the generation of commissioners that actually sees this project through, because every year that we don't have an East Side Rec Center, kids have nothing to do in Ypsilanti and Superior Township. Yes, thank you. Commissioner Light.
Just to maybe be a little more helpful with this, I don't see that this board would foresee any new rec or community center going forth without being held accountable and making sure that we are proceeding and making sure that everything is run smoothly and drives us into bankrupt or anything of that sort. So as we are now with that process for the East Side Rec, all of those things have been mentioned and will be for sure well taken care of. I would recommend just joining or coming to some of those rec side meetings. And you can get for sure a lot of clarity and understanding, and even maybe meeting with the director from the YMCA to get further understanding. But I feel confident that we wouldn't move in a direction where we aren't holding anyone amongst ourselves accountable. So let's just make sure that we be confident in the direction that we're going.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. I appreciate those comments. And I'll just add another comment before going on. I'm going to go to Commissioner Machieski and then Robbie after that. I forgot to add that the site that we're looking at is in my district. I was asked to join a working group that the treasurer from Superior Township formed some time ago. It's a number of folks, citizen committee, as well as some folks from Superior Township and the faith community. And so I attended the last meeting as official, I guess, member of this body. They've got a lot of ideas and things to say about this as well. Those meetings are open to the public. You can come and listen and always provide feedback to some of the members on the board to share. Administrator Dill will be with me tomorrow night at the next meeting. So I do want to make sure folks know that there is a group of citizens that are leading this charge along with some other Superior Township officials as well as faith-based members. And I'll move on to Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for my tardiness and missing the beginning of the meeting today. I just got back from out of town just a bit ago. Airport's a little busy. I want to thank you for putting the survey out as well, since I haven't spoken yet this evening. Trying to limit it to 5 things is incredibly difficult. And I think under the grouping, I put a grouping of space planning and Western Service Center, and I would certainly include this project in my thoughts there, and want to voice my support for it, and whatever I can do to be of help for those who may be more intimately involved with what is going on there. I'd be more than happy to do so. Hopefully this comes to life in the near future while I'm still serving in this body, and that we can point to this as a great, successful and impactful project. Again, stand ready to support it as it continues to move forward. So I wanted to note that about this particular item. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And then Commissioner Rabbit, you were next.
I guess we're running out of time, so I don't need to belabor the point too much. I just kind of wanted to respond that I have attended some of the community conversations, and what I heard was some concern about the Y's involvement. And so that's kind of what I was building on. And I will say that, like, that concern largely centered around feeling like the Y was an organization that was not always perceived as being in touch or accessible to everybody in the community. And I think that's something that is worth noting and an important consideration. And I also think that as we look at how the county creates programming, that we are not essentially privatizing the provision of county services. And essentially what you're proposing, by bringing in an external organization versus having county staff who are unionized staff, you have an external organization. Are those staff that work for the Y in a union? Do they have good benefits, or are they getting paid at a lower rate than county staff are? These are all concerns that you need to bring in. And why is it? Why are we saying that the East Side gets staff that are paid lower that don't get to join a union? Why not have equal treatment to this other park staff in Ann Arbor? So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll add that those concerns have been brought up in the small working group as well. So there are many different opinions on this, and I'm definitely open to hearing all of them. And I think that asking more questions is always a good thing. So that is something that's been brought up in the meetings that I've been at. And I think part of having citizens involved in the process at this work group that we have is because we can kind of get that all out there and then try to figure out the best way to work through that. And there's a group of folks that already work with young people over the summer in both Superior Township Ypsilanti City and Ypsilanti Township, and they're actively involved in these conversations. I've had personal conversations with them because they had concerns because they're the people that are already engaging the youth. So I think that the best thing that we can all do is make sure that we're including more people, especially the people who are actively doing a lot of this work right now, because they're going to help make sure that whatever comes of this, whether it's a YMCA or a county-run rec center, that we can keep the youth that are already pulled in to the organizations through whether it's My Brother's Keeper or the extension of My Brother's Keeper, the CLR program. So you're not alone. There are other people who think that. And I also, like I still have hesitations and have concerns about how we can make sure that this is the right thing for the community as a whole. So anyone over here want to add some final comments on this? Okay. All right, let's move on. Hey, Crystal, can you hit the next slide? Thanks. Okay, so develop new funding sources, and I'll just say I only submitted 2 priorities because I was the one getting all of these in, and I shared similar opinions as the rest of you. So I didn't add anything on the millages just because I knew that we were going to be talking about this. And I am glad that others also submitted these. So who would like to start this part of the conversation? Commissioner Labar? Maybe. I'm just looking at you because I know who what everyone submitted, so.
Sussed me out. I did the top one and the bottom one there. Real quick on the mental health and public safety millage. The reason I throw that out is just because of the size of the millage, the complexity in terms of the give back portion to the 7 municipalities, and then the impact it has on contracts with a lot of other municipalities. And so we've talked a little bit about sort of getting new revenue sources, allocating resources in alignment with our values. That is something that I think will impact both of those endeavors in a big way. And so I would hope we just consider it, because the beauty of reauthorization on a convoluted millage like this is, as convoluted as it may be, we've now all got 5 collective years experience. And in some cases, municipalities that are doing pretty amazing thing with that return portion. So a reauthorization may be something that is both politically tenable, accepted by the voters, maybe more than the nearly 2-to-1 measure in 2017, and would impact a lot of the fiscal considerations we've also talked about here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Anyone over here? Commissioner Maciejewski, and then I'll go to Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Labar's comments. On this particular issue, I think these are very big picture, broad issues for me. The idea that we need to really evaluate public health, and we need to evaluate behavioral health, and how we are addressing that as a county government in a hopefully soon post-pandemic world. I think we need to take a deliberative look at this and really take account of what we've been through and what we need to do to be prepared for the next event of this nature. And the CMH Sheriff's Office millage is a big piece of that, and a big piece of our strategy and how we've done that. So I appreciate the inclusion of that on this list. I'm the person who put senior quote in millage. I just spent 3 days in Atlanta at the American Society on Aging for my day job and our annual convention. And we spent a lot of time on ageism. And one of the things that I've repeatedly pointed out for the last 15 years is nobody wants to be called a senior. I prefer something like a longevity millage or something like that to really, to really get it. What I think what I'd like to try and achieve with a millage of that type, which is helping to support people remain living in the community for as long as they want to, and whether that's things like helping them build ramps for mobility and accessibility into their homes, or health and wellness classes in partnership with public health, some of our other health partners, meals and isolation interventions. I think that there's a whole lot of things that we can do with a senior millage and that could have quite an impact on many of the things that we're talking about on this list. I was running some numbers over the past week, and there are more people that qualify as an older adult, as somebody that's age 60 and over, than there are kids under the age of 18 in our state. 1 in 4 people in the state of Michigan is defined as an older adult or a senior. I continually challenge people in my field not to think of it just as the frail or the most medically challenged of the older generation, but them as a whole, and to think holistically about living in community and what it takes to do that. That's why I listed this particular item, the senior millage, aside from the fact that we have a commission on aging that's been working towards this. We have a grassroots group of people, Say Yes to Seniors, that have been around predating my involvement on the county commission, who've been advocating on this and knowing that the administration is working on a proposal on the senior millage. So this is why I included it here. And I look forward to a conversation on how impactful we can be if we were to consider one. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just add too, and you can probably correct me, Commissioner Machewski, a lot of counties in Michigan actually do have millages for seniors or older adults.
72.
Yes, so.
We're one of the handful that don't.
Yes. So that puts it into perspective as well. And okay, Commissioner Robbie, I had you on my list, and then anyone over here want to get on in the queue? No? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to build off some of the comments that were made earlier. I guess I would like for us to re-look at the public health or the mental health and public safety millage. I personally don't know if we're going to be able to pass something like that nowadays. I think the public's feeling about public safety has evolved fairly substantially in the last 5 years. And I am concerned that putting a millage that is a carbon copy of the 2017 millage up to the voters may be not as successful, or could generate a community conversation that would, attack different aspects of it. And I think that it is important to consider the fair amount of community conversation that happened around the allocations that the municipalities received as sort of that blanket check, and what they actually used the money for, because my understanding is that a lot of that money was not actually used for either public safety or mental health. And so just making sure that we understand where the funds that the county collects are going. I understand the rationale for why we gave the allocations. I was on the board when the millage was being developed. And the rationale made sense to me at the time from a public safety perspective. But I also want to make sure that, this is county revenue at the end of the day, and we are taking it in to provide ostensibly mental health and public safety services. And I just want to make sure that our local communities that are taking the money in are helping to expand public safety and mental health opportunities within their communities with the money that they're receiving, as that's what the voters voted to approve. So I just think if we put this, I support putting it back up. I just think that we need to reevaluate how it's done and how the checks are written to the communities and the type of oversight that the board provides for that process. And as a final note, I don't love the idea, frankly, of giving 2 county subdivisions, one's an office and one is sort of a department, sort of resources without more board oversight. I'm very concerned, and I've been concerned for some time, that the CMH board has independent authority from the board. And what I've seen is that has led to a lack of oversight, frankly, of what's going on at CMH. And I'd like the Board of Commissioners to take a more active role in reviewing how those funds are being spent. And the same goes for the sheriff's office. He is an independently elected official, but I've, long held the belief that the county board should and really has the responsibility to have more of a role in how the funds are being spent, and that we shouldn't be just writing a blank check to the sheriff's office, and that, there is oversight responsibility that we hold as a board. We already, let the sheriff keep his money at the end of the year. And the millage provides, additional revenue for the sheriff to, provide services in the county. But I just want to make sure that the BOC is not just, writing a check to these two subdivisions of the county without, more oversight. So I know I just opened like 4 cans of worms, but
Commissioner Sanders.
Just, I've said this previously, that the M word millage, I think it should be more inclusive. And I have said, I've said somewhere that I think that we need to look at the overlap between seniors and the support that they need and human services, because they are a family. They're all on the same hand and they're intertwined with each other. And so if we're going to be asking our voters for a millage, I think we need to stop sort of nitpicking the millages and have a comprehensive millage that can address the seniors' needs, our human services needs. And, I don't know what you call that. I don't know if you call it an operating millage or whatever. But I would prefer to see something that if we're going to literally put our necks on the chopping blocks for a millage, then we need to be thoughtful. It needs to be a long term so that we don't keep coming back and asking for additional taxes. And they are married together, because if you've got a family that's taking care of an elderly person, and for whatever reason, maybe they have to stop working in order to do that, then they start to depend on the human services that are provided in the county. And so they're kissing cousins. And if we're going to ask for the dreaded M word, it needs to be very well thought out. We need to be able to explain it, and people need to be able to see exactly how it touches and interacts. What are they getting for their money? I'm willing to fight for something like that, but it needs to be more comprehensive.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Robbie, I'll come right back to you. I just want to, before we move on, to piggyback off both of your comments. I've been, quietly saying for a while that housing is actually a public safety and a mental health issue. So I would personally, and it's, when I think of the senior millage, I also think about housing as we think about how people can age in place with dignity. So I also, and even when we think about the climate action plan, housing for me is also central to that. So I think I'm glad that other folks think that we need to think beyond that, or think more about what we mean when we talk about mental health and public safety, because access, and it's mental health and public safety, sorry. It is an issue when it comes to those. So I'll go back to Commissioner Robbie, and then I'll go back to Commissioner LaBarre.
we wanted to say that everything Commissioner Sanders said is absolutely spot on. And you said it perfectly. Every thread is connected in the community. And when you tug on one thread, it impacts other aspects. And so we need to think about this really comprehensively. So I just wanted to say that was spot on.
Commissioner LaBarre.
I take what's being said and appreciate it. I think to the points that have been made about, candidly, the need for holistic funding sources. Keep two facts in mind, I would ask. One is that we've gone through the front end discussion on this specific millage, and two, we've got 4 years of data to look at and for the the public to judge, including hundreds of thousands of dollars that have gone to the intersection of things like mental health and housing. And so instead of arguing for one or the other, let me just say, folks, this is a big millage and can solve big components of the budget puzzle picture. And we've run it before. There's value in that, just as there are also limiting factors in that. I welcome more discussion on this millage. I won't belabor the point tonight. But I also want to respect everything that's been said here in terms of meeting all these needs. So thank you.
Sure, quickly.
Madam Chair, I think that I appreciate Commissioner Labar's comment. I would love if we could have an opportunity to actually delve into that 4 years of data and look at what has the millage funded, how have we funded it, what programs, et cetera. Thank you.
And I think we should be expecting to do that pretty soon. Am I right, Commissioner Labar? I think so. We're expecting to bring some of that at some point. I think it's in my docket at a future working session.
Madam Chair, I believe that is correct via Trish Cortez.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start speeding this up a little bit because I do want us to take 5 or 10 minutes to just maybe identify some potential dates for a retreat. So the next slide is energy and sustainability. And quickly, can we kind of, Commissioner, I think Robbie, one of these is yours, and then the person, I can't remember who added the climate action plan. But cool. If Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Maciejewski just want to make some brief comments, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've all heard from me, at previous board meetings about all of these concepts that I've put on there. So I don't need to really belabor the point. I hope that we can follow up on the resolution that we passed as a board and get some of those legal opinions going to help move this ball down the field. But that's why I put it on there.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you. My list was like bullet points. So I didn't write out paragraphs for everything. And this was actually like my number 6. It was the add-on at the end. And really my thought here was that in my top 5, in thinking about the issues that we face on the environmental side that we cannot lose track of, we've made some significant steps forward in the past 4 years, I think, but to at least keep that, although not maybe in the top 5 of my list that was written out, I wanted to include it. So I don't want to belabor the point because I know a number of us have voted on those actions in the past 4 years, and look forward to keeping that in the front of our thoughts.
Great. Thank you so much. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this last slide is kind of everything that didn't make it into their own category. I do just want to mention, I kind of intended on having a slide specific to Western Washtenaw. That didn't happen. I was rushing to get this done with Andrew before the meeting tonight. I do think as we think about maybe some special topics for future working sessions, I'd welcome the opportunity to have a deeper conversation about our Western Washtenaw priorities. And it wasn't intentional just to have a slide specific to the east side and not the west side. So I just wanted to put that out there right now. But some of these issues are west side specific, broadband and the service center and things like that. So I welcome this time for folks to just chime in here. We all have this information now to kind of think about between now and our next meeting and our retreat. So who on the right side of me would like to speak to this slide? Anyone over here? No? Anyone on my left? Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I just want to call attention to this, putting in place a family leave policy. That's something that has been sort of on the docket in the works for a while. And I added increasing our county quote unquote living wage when we passed the living wage ordinance to $15 an hour some 20 years ago. It was revolutionary then, and it is no longer revolutionary, and it sadly lags behind the times. And I think the fact that we don't have a family leave policy on a board such as with a board of commissioners, such as the people I'm sitting with, who are progressive people who want to do things for the community that are good. I think it's actually regressive that we don't have a family leave policy. So I'd like to see us figure out how to get that one in place sooner rather than later, because we will lose good people because we don't have a family leave policy. And as I said, the last time this came up, the Dollar General has a family leave policy. If the Dollar General has it, I think we can have it. Thanks.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know why the mic wouldn't turn on there. It happens, right? It happens. I want to agree with those points that Commissioner Scott made. I think we can really work towards making that a reality. I know it's something that we've talked about back and forth, and then we got before the pandemic. And then, I think it's time for us to revisit that conversation. I also want to, since the Western Washtenaw Service Center is on there, I want to commit to my colleagues on the western side of the county that I'm committed to helping make that happen. It seems like something that we should be able to do, and we've already had conversations about that. So I think that's something that we can realistically make happen. And of course, those safety concerns, we've got to handle that. I know that we hear about it from time to time. I know administration responds quickly and then addresses the issues, but we need to make it a non-ongoing challenge. And I think we have to allocate resources to be able to make that a reality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Anyone else want to comment on this slide? All right. I don't see any, so I'm just going to say we're going to close this part of the conversation. Thank you to everybody. And I'm sorry that I kind of threw the survey together at the last minute, but I thought it would be most productive. And I think this was productive. So that doesn't mean that anything that wasn't included can't be brought up prior to the retreat. So with the time that we have left, so I haven't done this before. I think it makes sense maybe if we can identify like a day, and maybe it's a day that we already have a board meeting and we come in like at noon or something and just plan ahead. I'm welcome to take, I basically want to hear from you all what makes the most sense. For me, like that would require me to take a day off of work, but I can do that if I know well enough in advance. So and I think Commissioner Robbie has the same issue that I have because we both work in Lansing during the week. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Hodge.
I think it'd be helpful if we heard from administration some comments about how successful retreats have occurred in the past. Maybe that might be a good
Yeah,
way
that'd be
to
helpful.
start that.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'll just say we've had a number of different iterations of a retreat, and I'm looking at Commissioner LaBarre as our longest tenured commissioner. He probably recognizes the two frameworks that I'm most familiar with. One, we used this room as a backdrop for a discussion 3-4 years ago. The room was set up. We took the room and set it aside for 4 hours and moved through a process that walked us through our priorities and next action steps. So that's one framework that was at play. We also took time to get out of this space and get into what I would refer to as a neutral space over at the LRC, and created a framework that included public comment. So those are just two frameworks that we have leveraged in the past. We will do whatever we need to do to make sure that whatever this body decides on is a successful framework. Thanks.
I see Commissioner LaBarre with his hand up, and then I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hodge.
Hi, Chair. I thought when Commissioner Robbie was chair, he had a successful retreat back in 2011. I thought Commissioner Brayback twice led useful retreats here. When I was chair, we did it as part of an extended working session from the dais rather than out in the room, so to speak. And then when Commissioner Morgan was here, that was the last one we did in person. My only advice, the only thing I would say that I hope we consider and keep is to do it in place of a weeknight meeting. I think it will capture us in a window of time that will be necessary to get in long enough to actually get some detail, and we'll have a natural backstop, and just in terms of the end of the day. But I will criticize no decision that's made on the retreat, and will be a helpful member of the team. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so if I understand what you just said, like rather than having our working session and our regular board meeting, we would replace it with the retreat. Is that what
Andy,
you're saying?
you've successfully translated the jargon I spewed out correctly.
Okay,
Yes,
that
yes.
makes it easier for me and probably at least two other commissioners. So I'll go to Commissioner Hodge now.
I didn't have anything. I wasn't raising my hand,
Okay.
but I like that idea. We
Well,
should
so
do
since
that.
we're the chairs and it's up to us.
Yeah, let's do
Does that
that.
work out?
Yeah, that works for me. Let's
Okay.
do that.
So
So we'll work through that. Yep, I'm getting the thumbs up. from
Commissioner Hodge and I
Administrator
are
Gill.
just gonna make this decision without the rest of you.
No, we're not doing
I'm
that.
just kidding.
People hate that. That's not what's happening. But would love comments, feedback
Okay,
on that.
so I think probably sooner rather than later. So can maybe we consider doing that in the beginning of May?
Yeah, I think we can consider it. I don't know if we've got many agenda items. I don't know if we're gonna
Yeah.
decide on a date right now, but
Chair, if it's okay with the board, I'd like to get back to you on a date. There are some the business of the county will need to be adjusted if we're going to take two meetings and set them aside. So we will do whatever the board directs us to do, certainly. But I'd like to just see what's in the queue in terms of those business items that we'll need your action on.
I appreciate that feedback, Commissioner Scott.
I was just gonna maybe mirror some of that. I mean, I love the idea of not, because like other commissioners too, I'm pretty prescribed in my schedule out through mid-June. Not to say that I couldn't try to make something work. If we take one of the dates in May, we are essentially then have one meeting in May, June, July, and August. And so I echo some of the concerns of the administrator that leaves us with one meeting a month for 4 months. And if we can get everything done, I don't want to leave things like, we just had this meeting where we have all of our priorities that we want to do. And if we aren't having meetings trying to advance some of those things, I mean, we need the retreat to figure out how to get it done, but we still need to keep getting the work we're doing done too. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, I'm new here, so I totally slipped my mind that we only have one meeting a month over the summer, which is not something that I'm used to, given on the other capacities that I've served. So I'm gonna go to Commissioner Hodge and then to Commissioner Robbie and then to Commissioner LeBar.
I would throw out, just to see people's reactions to this, what if we scheduled a special meeting during summer schedule to knock that out? As opposed to, losing an additional meeting and then going into the consecutive 4 months where we only have one meeting. Maybe we do that in June. And then, no, okay, people don't like, oh, no, okay. So I was just throwing it out there. Thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'd be okay if we have to make our next April and our second May meeting, a little bit more packed on the agenda. Because I do think that it gets lost if we wait until sometime in the summer. So we don't need to decide tonight, but I think based on some of the feedback, it makes sense for us to replace a meeting. If it doesn't, I can rearrange my schedule during the day to make sure that I can, take a day off of work to do that. But I do think that we should do it sooner rather than later.
I think we should follow along with what Administrator Dill was saying about getting some dates that make sense, because I think we're not
Perfect.
being productive.
Okay.
But there are other comments.
Well,
I have another idea.
yes, Commissioner
Thank
Scott.
you, Madam Chair. If we had a retreat on the day that we already have a Board of Commissioners meeting and we just have the commissioner meeting at 7 and have retreat earlier in the day. Like if people can arrange the time off, that seems logical. Like we could meet at noon on a Wednesday when we all have a board meeting anyway, that we probably keep things more or less open. And then meet at 7 for a regular board meeting. So we're not losing the board business, but we're able to actually hammer out some of these things we all seem really eager to hammer out. Just
That
an
sounds
idea.
like an excellent idea. And that was
Thank
kind
you.
of what I was getting at earlier. So I can commit to trying to take a day off to do that. I'm gonna go to Commissioner, did I say Hodge? You already did, LeBar, yes.
Chair, I erred in not pointing out the last time we did a retreat in person, we still had working session on a separate day. And it was not time limited in terms of its length. So I'd just say pick a Tuesday or Thursday that we can stomach a full week with 2 meetings and just go that way. That's all I'll say.
Okay, I appreciate that. Commissioner Robbie,
Never mind. I'm good.
are you good?
Talk
Okay,
offline.
all right. Administrator Doe, do you want to add something?
No, Commissioner Scott was really moving down the path that I was thinking, another option for you all to consider if you wanted to start a little bit early, we could start our business a little bit early, and if you chose to stay a little bit late, we would have time for the retreat following the working session and the regular board meeting. So there are some options at play there. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that you guys have what you need on that day.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. So, moving on, do we have any items for, current or future discussion?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All opposed? Oh, okay, we're adjourned.
Excellent. Now we're gonna move into roll call.
Here.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Present.
Here. Here.
Present.
Here.
All right, we have everyone here. So before we move into public comment, I'm going to take one thing out of order. We have a resolution to honor our, let's see, we have a few resolutions to honor people today, but I think we only have one group in attendance. I'm going to move us to the ceremonial piece of honoring April 9th through April 15th as National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in Washtenaw County. I believe we have some people here to receive the resolution. If you'd like to join me at the podium.
Full house today.
All right, so I'm gonna turn on the mic so everybody can hear us over here. Go ahead and read this here. This was a resolution proclaiming the week of April 9th, 2023 through April 15th, 2023 as National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in Washtenaw County. Whereas emergencies can and do occur at any time throughout Washtenaw County. And whereas the prompt response of law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics, and other public safety and human service professionals is critical to the protection of life, preservation of property, and quality of life in Washtenaw County. And whereas the public safety telecommunicators of Washtenaw Metro Dispatch are responsible for serving 96% of Washtenaw County's population, in addition to the approximately 70,000 daily commuters. And whereas the public safety telecommunicators of Washtenaw Metro Dispatch processed over 210,000 calls for law enforcement response for the Ann Arbor Police Department, or the Ann Arbor Police, the Department of Natural Resources, Huron Clinton Metro Parks Police, Michigan State Police, Milan Police, Northfield Township Public Safety, Pittsfield Township Public Safety, Washtenaw Community College Public Safety, Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, and Ypsilanti Police. And whereas the safety of our first responders is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who contact Washtenaw Metro Dispatch. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single most vital link for law enforcement responders by coordinating responding units, monitoring activities by radio, and providing responders with critical information to ensure their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators have mastered a wide array of advanced technologies in the performance of these duties, including computer-aided dispatch, next generation 911, 800 megahertz radio, text to 911, and law enforcement information systems. And whereas the public safety telecommunicators of Washtenaw Metro Dispatch have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, rescue of trapped victims, and treatment of injured or ill patients. And whereas each telecommunicator has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their duties over the past year and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby declares the week of April 9th, 2023 through April 15th, 2023 as National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in Washtenaw County. Be it further resolved that the Board of Commissioners join in honoring the public safety telecommunicators of Washtenaw Metro Dispatch who diligently and professionally answer the call to serve and keep Washtenaw County's communities, neighborhoods, schools, and businesses safe. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words? And we'll take a picture with the resolution.
All right. Thank you to the board and the citizens of Washtenaw County for supporting us in what is often a thankless job. But truly, these are Washtenaw County's first responders, and I appreciate the time and the recognition.
Thank you. Oh, nope, okay. All right, well, thank you very much. Well, right here. You take it. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's get back to it. We wanted to take that before public comment since we have a packed room, and I imagine many of you would like to speak, but I don't imagine the telecommunicators would want to stay for all of the comments. But we will vote on that resolution later to make it official. So before we move into public comment, I want to make you all aware that of something that we're going to be voting on later in the agenda. I expect many of you are here to give comment about the ongoing housing and homelessness crisis that we're facing and our response to it. Later in the agenda, we will be voting on a resolution to address the eviction crisis and human service provider funding gap. What this resolution will do, and we'll talk through the specifics later, but at a high level, what this does is we will be allocating, assuming it passes, $700,000 for this year and next year to rental assistance, move-in assistance, and emergency sheltering, and $748,344 per year for this year and next year to bridge funding for several human service agencies in our community. I know that there's been significant concern about our response and the response of other governments in our community to this very pressing issue, and this is the response to that we will be voting on today. With that in mind, we're very interested to hear what everyone has to say. So I'll move into my usual spiel before public comment. Here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you are joining us by Zoom, you will hit the raise your hand icon to raise your hand, and I will then call on you, and you'll have your 3 minutes. If you are joining us by Zoom via phone, you'll hit *9 to raise your hand. I will call on you. You will hit *6 to unmute, and then you'll have your 3 minutes. When you give your comment, please state your name and the city or township that you live in. Thank you all for abiding by our masking policy. You must continue to be masked during your time here in the Board of Commissioners chamber. It may be of interest to you that I believe the final item on our agenda tonight, is an amendment, potential amendment to our mask policy. So if you want to join us and stick around to see how that goes, stick around all night, or you can watch the recording of the meeting later. With that, I will go ahead and open up public comment. If you'd like, please step to the podium, state your name, where you city or township, and then you have your 3 minutes. We have a nice color-coded light system right there that starts with green, goes down to yellow, and then closes you out at red. Once you hit your 3 minutes, I unfortunately will have to cut you off. So try to keep it within the 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Brandy Hill, and I am currently in Washtenaw County. I was homeless out here 9 years ago. My daughter was homeless out here with her 3 babies. I am here supporting. I would like everybody to stand up, all our families for the homeless that are supporting the families. This is not even a quarter of what we have for backup. We do want you guys to do this, but we need it now, not next week. We needed it 2 weeks ago. Not next week. We needed it 3 months ago, not next week. I've got friends that have kids that are still living in tents, not hotels, because there's not enough money for those hotels. I mean, what can we do to get this going now, not later?
So we're unable to respond to you. I should have mentioned that in the opening. We can't respond immediately. We have to hear all the public comment and then we can respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Kraus. I live in Ypsilanti Township. Annie is my commissioner. I come representing myself and also representing Circling Back Peer Support Network, which is the new organization in Washtenaw County to amplify and elevate the voices of those who actually experience homelessness. It is a peer organization only. You have to actually have been through this to be able to relate, right? So that's what this is about for us. We are here asking for a building or buildings. in this community that are sitting vacant. We're asking that you allow us to work together with our community partners, many of whom are here today. Many are at home watching through Zoom. We would like to be able to have a conversation about how we can work together differently to provide better care to those who are unhoused in our community. We believe that we have the human capacity to do this. We just need an opportunity to pull it all together. So one of our asks is that you help us pull together a housing summit here in Washtenaw County focused on all stakeholders, but from the perspective of those who actually experience housing insecurity and homelessness. We're here now. You recognize that there was a need for this voice at the table. So bring us to the table and let us be a full partner in planning and implementing these programs. I myself first experienced homelessness at 18. I raised my children with periodic and episodic homelessness. I am celebrating the 5-year anniversary of the passing of my partner, who I lost to a drug addiction. And I was in that environment because it was the safest housing I could find at the time. I don't worry about the people that are camping as much as I worry about those who are doing other things in order to provide shelter for themselves tonight. And if we can find a way to provide an alternative resource in our community that gives them an option, maybe we can start some of those folks on a different path. So that's our focus today. And that goes for individuals and families. I also stayed with my children in a family shelter. And there is a beauty to being with other families. Alpha House needs more funding, not less. They need to expand their programming, and they need to be able to include more peer involvement in helping those families retain housing after they've gained that housing. And I will step back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peggy Lynch. I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and have done for many decades. I live at Mercy House, which is a house of hospitality for the homeless community. I also am a board member of Mission, and I'm very well versed in the program that Mission now runs that helps homeless families stay in hotels. I've been involved in that program for 8 years. There are so many asks here. The need is so great. And to say that this is a crisis is a tragic understatement. But I just want to leave you with one little picture from my own lived experience. On Monday, our house has dinner for people who stop in, and we make humanitarian aid available. That was the first night after the winter shelters for adults closed. So you may be familiar, Delonis has a warming center. There are a variety of other winter shelter options, which all closed on April 1st, as the program for homeless families was initially slated to close. And we're so grateful that that was extended, although not with any end date yet. So Monday at my house, I had a basement full of tents and sleeping bags that I had gone to everyone I know, including my church, and said, hey, we need sleeping bags. There's going to be this huge influx of people to the street. And that's exactly what happened. We had a big crowd of people that were desperate for tents and sleeping bags here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, because the winter warming centers had closed. The oldest person asking us for a sleeping bag was 72. And there were just so many of them. And these are people that are like deer in the headlights. And what am I supposed to do with this sleeping bag? Where am I supposed to go with it? Where I will be allowed to at least sleep on the sidewalk. And so that was a very hard night. It was very traumatic for me and for the people that are coming for the aid. After our open hours, I delivered meals to families in the area who are food insecure. I rolled back in around 10 o'clock at night. And believe it or not, there is somebody sleeping on my back porch who I don't know. It's a young woman. I wake her up and say, hey, what gives? And with no sleeping bag, no blanket, just on the dirty, wet floor of my porch. She is sound asleep. She had been at the warming center at Delonis, but has no idea what to do. She works full-time as a waitress in town and cannot afford rent. That is what happens when the winter shelters close every year. And we know it's tremendously traumatic for those adults. One of the asks today is that you don't let that happen to the kids.
Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is Derek Williams. I live in Ann Arbor. I know Miss Peggy Lynch there from my time being homeless. I just got housing. And I'm also a member of the mission board, and I'm also a member of Washtenaw Camp Outreach. As of April 1st, we ran completely out of our funding to help put people into tents. We just had a meeting today where we have no tents. We have people that need them. They're basically sleeping in the cold tonight because we don't have the funds. We shouldn't have to, we as a grassroots organization should not be taking care of y'all's job. Y'all should be putting in the money to help us take care of our people. Our people shouldn't even be out on the streets. Okay? There should be a shelter in this place, in this city. This city is rich enough. This county is rich enough. There should be a large shelter for emergency purposes. I know this county's got, all of y'all know of properties right now that are under county control that y'all can turn over to Washtenaw Camp Outreach or Mission to run for an emergency shelter to get some of our people off the street. Okay? That wouldn't cost y'all no money because we already take care of a lot of stuff with money that we raise off the street. We just need the physical building where we can put people at and help these people get up off the street. And that's something y'all can do tonight. Y'all can find a building that we can get. Simple as pie. You know? And I know you all got them because of back taxes and all these people that, you know, had lost their stuff because of COVID. So have some heart and, you know, get us some help.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Floyd. I reside in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I am one of the 95 families that are in the Housing Emergency Hotel Program. I am also the one that emailed Mr. Angela Barr for the final push of the past April 1st deadline, which I'm grateful for. I see that I would agree with my peers that not enough is being done about our homeless crisis. Crisis being an understatement. This homeless problem is also tied into addiction, which addiction is, some people may put it as somebody's choice. Addiction is not always a choice. Addiction may be genetic. Addiction may be run in somebody's family. Addiction can come from extreme childhood trauma. And that could lead to homelessness. Because if you're on drugs, you don't know how to pay rent. Maybe nobody is there to help you, to show you how to pay rent. Okay, this is how you pay your DCE bill. This is what a DCE bill looks like. Maybe nobody's ever been taught that. So maybe in the homeless community, I see perhaps classes that can guide homeless people or guide people with those addictions to help them instead of letting them, oh, they must be on drugs. Looking at somebody on the corner of Main Street, and I believe it's Liberty. Starbucks, there's always somebody standing with a cup. I drive past there all the time. I'm blessed, I'm very grateful, but I'm also very humble because I know who's given me everything that I have. I know who's given me my blessing and my gifts. Housing is a human right. People should not be sitting on the sidewalks with a cup, begging for money, begging for somebody to help me. Help me, please. I don't know what to do. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment?
I'm Rosalie Karunas. I'm a resident of Pittsfield Township. I speak tonight on behalf of the homeless ministry that we have at Journey of Faith Christian Church. We seek to partner with the community agencies to help provide support year-round. We're one of the hosts of the county daily warming shelter and seek to work year-round in our ministry. We urge you to consider these actions of extending mission emergency housing funding and providing for employment of emergency caseworkers and people who can work with this program, and to work with those who are trusted in the homelessness community and those who with diverse backgrounds and diverse methods of training. We seek your support to provide more capacity for community organizations such as those that we work with: Mission, Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice, Peace House, IPSI, A Servant's Heart Community, Safe House, Ozone House, others like that. You will increase the effort that we can make individually by together working with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Adlon Owen, and I'm with the Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice. And I've been working to understand what folks in Washtenaws unhoused communities see as their priorities. I don't speak for them, but as a neighbor and as a fellow human, I want to strongly support their advocacy for additional funding and planning to support unhoused neighbors as part of an overall strategy for housing. I support the priorities that Mission and Circling Back have outlined, and have detailed our support in public comment and writing. These include funding and establishing with the homeless community a permanent emergency shelter in Washtenaw County, funding for the family hotel program, full funding for Mission ahead of the time that they need to use funds, not as reimbursement, funding for groups like Fed Up Ministries that supports the families with food and other things that they need. And also that the family hotel program include new families that are being currently evicted that are not currently part of the program. It's really important to include folks, not just the ones that are already in the program. We'd also like the county to support and fund Housing Summit that really centers the voices, some of the voices that you heard tonight, and voices from the unhoused community. They understand how the system works, they understand what's not working, and you can work together with folks to fix those. And as part of that, we also would like the county to consider working to increase the capacity and service effectiveness of HAWK. It's clearly the slow pace of the assessments is impacting families and impacting the children in those families. And we would also like the county to start now to plan for a permanent way to support homeless families and individuals to end this annual cycle that comes around every single spring. It's a crisis every spring.
And so I see that that's part of the resolution, and I hope that more resources can be put toward that. Next, as a mother of 2 kids that need high special ed resources, I'd like to ask the county to ensure that there are resources for any of the families that have children that wish to have additional support. Kids fall through the cracks if they're in special education. I advocate for my kids constantly. It is a full-time job, and yet folks that are homeless, they don't have that time, the resources. So whether that's additional funding for the Student Advocacy Center or additional education advocates during IEP meetings, these are things that someone needs to make sure that folks have access to those resources without the families having to be the ones to proactively advocate for that. And finally, one of the things that I'd like to bring to your attention, if you don't already know, is that many of the grassroots organizations are pre-funding the programs to support the community members. And so what we really need is for the county to figure out a way to fund the grantees prior to the time that the monies need to be spent. And if that's not possible, then there needs to be a reimbursement that's very timely, so that an invoice happens. Right now, the invoices can only be paid on a 3-month basis quarterly. And that's jeopardizing the people who are running the programs, who ironically, many of them have lived experiences of the crises that they are trying to address.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Bo Davis. I live in Bridgewater Township, and I am president of We Rock Washtenaw Regional Organizing Coalition. We Rock's mission and vision focuses on racial and financial equity. In a county that has commitments to equity, we like to say that we are focused on both racial and financial equity. It doesn't get any more real than to think about the unhoused community in relation to these 2 goals. Somehow the phrase, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, got applied to the poor in this country. Speaking of people who have no bootstraps, and just to be clear, you can't do it anyway. Try it. Reach down and try to pull your own boots up. It doesn't work. It's impossible. If we want to foster equity in our community, in our county, it starts with the unhoused. I've never been homeless. I can't even imagine what that feels like to live in the instability of having no home, much less no house. Many of us in this room live in a stable home, a stable environment, and so we can build our wealth. We can make it through more than next week's paycheck, et cetera, particularly in this community. So I urge the county to work hard to solve this dilemma. And I also urge you to engage and include the voices of those who have experienced and who are currently experiencing homelessness, because most of us don't know how that feels. We Rock supports a deeper dive by county officials to work with the homeless community and those who support and serve them. Please engage them in your work to fix what's not working at the current moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kathy Hughes. I live here in Ann Arbor City. I'm here as a volunteer, not officially representing, but as a volunteer who works for the social outreach ministry at St. Mary's Student Parish, the University of Michigan's student parish. It's kind of interesting to be here tonight and see how my life intersects with everyone who's come up tonight. And I have to just put a personal anecdote in that I've never met Ms. Lynch before, but I was the one that provided Monday's dinner, part of it anyhow. And I'm kind of the backstopper when it comes to the role that St. Mary's plays. She was talking about the sleeping bags in her basement. Well, my pledge to the St. Mary's Student Parish outreach effort was to buy any more sleeping bags that were needed to backstop what was needed, not only at Mercy House, but pretty much any place in town. So my mission tonight is to put myself out of work, not have to do that. But there are a couple of things that immediately my colleagues asked me to ask the council about. In particular, about the homeless family program. If there has to be a cut in funding, that it be after June 6th, the end of school year. The trauma associated with moving children during the school year is to be avoided at all costs. And I know that it's on your agenda for later in the evening, but the housing access for Washtenaw County, I am told by colleagues, I have no personal experience, and I don't mean to be negative, but my colleagues indicate that it's rather dysfunctional because it's underfunded. It needs at least 2 more staff positions, in the opinion of people who have dealt with them. I only have one personal experience in referring someone to them, and it's been over 2 months before there was any response there. So I would hope that we could have a betterment of that experience there through the things that we're talking about later this evening. Other than that, I just support everything and everybody who's gone before me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Price and I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I need to aim this at me. I am a member of the mission board that runs the Family Emergency Motel Stays program. But I'm not speaking on behalf of mission, but sort of an amalgam of a lot of the conversations I've been having over the past couple of weeks with people. And I'm just going to read some of the things that we're asking of you and not really go into much else. So starting out with some of the very programmatic related things. I would ask that you extend funding until June 9th for the Family Emergency Motel Stays program, or even longer, and that you include new families. People have already brought this up. I would ask that you support Alpha House in expanding its capacity, which I know has been a goal of Alpha House for over a year, or probably much longer. And also possibly to restore the Salvation Army services that were cut a couple of years back. In conjunction with that program, to expand the services offered to them, including Fed Up, which is a ministry of Zion Church, does meals that was arranged for by Peggy, and to support that, which is fairly expensive, even though they do it at cut rates, and also possibly support working directly with newly housed or continually unhoused people to help them solve their own problems and thrive, and to hire additional caseworkers to work specifically with the Family Emergency Motel Stays program, and also to hire a staff person to run FEMS, because I can tell you that the former treasurer of Mission, David Goldbaum, who's doing a wonderful job, is getting very tired. But further, this goes beyond the immediate. I would like to see the county open an emergency shelter. Eleanor talked about having discussed what the unhoused community wanted, and I was part of that process. It was called participatory budgeting or the people's budget. And we did survey work, directly with people in the homeless community, not like, asking them to, I think some people did fill it out online, but we spoke directly with them, and opening an emergency shelter rose to the top. But also finally to expand non-emergency housing, particularly reusing existing buildings. One that we have tossed about is the Walmart out in Ipsy. That's basically expanding those the shelter options beyond Delonis, which is overcrowded. I think would go a long ways towards helping everyone, because I believe, and I hope that you'll agree with me that housing is a human right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kath Howard. I live in Augusta Township. I'm here as someone who volunteered at the warming centers at both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. I'm a retired social worker. I've been a social worker since the 1970s. And I worked for many years, either as a contracted employee for mandated services for the Washtenaw County. And I also worked for many years for Washtenaw County at their sexual assault program and also for community mental health. So what I'm going to speak to is that as a volunteer, I started out, a friend of mine worked for the warming centers, talked about how crowded they were, how many people, all the problems, how people were frustrated with the shelter and sometimes scared to go to the shelter. How, and like, did I have any ideas? Then it was like how much trauma people were suffering from. And I said, I could come in. Next thing I know, I'm like coming in both shelters, talking to lots and lots of people. Imagine 70 to 100 people in a warming center where there might be 2 people, 1 staff, and a volunteer. That's a lot of people. In another place, in the Freight House in Ipsy, 30 people with 1 staff and a volunteer in the kitchen, and that's it. So I came a lot, talked to lots of people. I want to say to you that there is a disconnect in the understanding of what was needed in terms of staffing, in terms of how the changes in funding impacted on the family shelters, on how overcrowded the Delonis Center is, the changes in the policies with Delonis and how unsafe people felt. Imagine a young woman saying, I would rather camp in the snow than be at Delonis because it feels so unsafe. It is so frightening to be there. Imagine a family coming in to try and see if there's any food, and myself and another person sharing our sandwiches with 4 small children, all under the age of 6, because they've had no food that day, because they live in the park. Their parents don't own a car, but they take them to school every day, but they have no food. There is a disconnect. Running people to CMH because they haven't seen a case manager in 6 weeks and they have not gotten their meds. There's a disconnect, and we need you to look at it and to work with the different people who have been involved in doing this for a long time from different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment before we, come on up.
My name is Noah Dollar. I'm a resident of Washtenaw County, and I don't have much to add. I just wanted to emphasize a little bit what the last speaker was saying. One stat that I've been looking at a lot lately is for every $100 that median rent in an area increases, you can expect about a 9% increase in the homelessness rate. The past year in Washtenaw County, a 2-bedroom apartment has risen by over $130 in the last year alone. So that, along with the ending of COVID funding and the eviction moratorium, it just opened the floodgates on something that was already a problem to begin with. I say this just to try and impress on everyone here that this is not a small problem. This is not something that can be fixed with duct tape and Band-Aids. This is something where we need a short-term solution and a long-term solution. We need more housing for individuals and families. This is a problem across the board. It's a problem that is just deeply systemic in this county. And so I just hope that when we look at solutions, we're looking at big solutions because it's a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. You come on down.
Thank you. Good evening. And thank you to the other speakers and everyone who has been an advocate or is supporting what I think should be a systemic, really set of systemic approaches to what is a systemic problem of affordable housing in the county and in particular Ann Arbor. And so just to underscore some of those points, as has been already said out of firsthand experience by many of the speakers, need a housing first approach, a systemic approach. And many people in the room are familiar with that and have worked towards that. But, just to underline it, that not only is the ethical, humane approach in getting people housing and getting housing to them first and intrinsic value of that by instrumentally being able to do anything else they need, like addiction services. And I support the resolutions that will be voted on later tonight for that. So thank you for that. But be able to, whether it's addiction or other things to manage your affairs and kind of one-stop shopping, ideally having those wraparound services there, because that's one challenge. Where are meeting people where they are, getting the actual services, whatever they are at any one time. And as has been pointed out, we are a wealthy city and county. We can do more, and whatever we're doing should be systemic. But housing first also is the most cost-effective thing because long-term, especially long-term chronic homelessness is super expensive. It with the homelessness and also any other needs that aren't being met. Very hard to make civic contributions if you're unhoused or underhoused. Hard to get to that higher order stuff, which arguably we want all of us to get to, as much as we can. And so I think there needs to be some form of rent regulation, and especially in Ann Arbor. Many landlords do not care. They, in a way, are very anti-capitalistic in that they don't provide anything productive. They're rather parasitic and they're exploiting. And I think some of that is probably because we're a college town, and so it's hard for instance, students to advocate, but that becomes like the policy, rather city and county wide. And so that's, I think, an example where would benefit, one population, but also the most marginalized, stigmatized among us. And then lastly, as has been underlined with Hawk and other gateways and gatekeeping, the discontinuities and ruptures, most salient as being outlined tonight, with children, being disrupted with homelessness while they're in school, but also anyone who's on those margins and even might have some resources, have public assistance, and yet that's not enforced. It's stigmatized and it's not enforced to use that. So, but thank you again.
Before you step back, we need to get your name and your.
Sorry, yeah, Jamie G. Ann Arbor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I need you to keep the mask on, unfortunately, until we change our policy, which might happen tonight.
Thank you
Stay
for the
tuned.
reminder, Commissioner Hodge. I got a little different perspective here. It's good fiscal policy to keep my neighbors out of desperate situations. Desperate people do desperate things. When all your options are bad, you're going to do a bad thing. I've had friends spend a night in county None of them said that that was a good life-changing experience, that they want to go back, and yet many of them did. We need better options. You're sitting on a pile of cash. I trust you guys. You do budgets all the time. You can get creative, address the actual root cause of these desperate situations. And speaking as a person that pays into that system, there are real benefits to me to have my neighbors with a social safety net where they don't have to hit bottom and do something crazy. Thanks, Dirk Mayhew. Andy, nice to see you.
City is Ann Arbor, right? Yep. All right. Thank you, Dirk.
Hi, Teresa Reed, Ann Arbor. I didn't write anything, so I don't know how much sense I'm going to make, but I did want to add a perspective. First of all, to thank you all for the incredible amount of work that you're doing on this, because I know you're working really hard, and this is the definition of a wicked problem. I guess I'm so impressed by all of the comments tonight. I'm so moved. Clearly, we have a lot of community support and engagement for your work. So I think that's fantastic. I guess the main thing that keeps going through my mind is that for 40 years, the federal government has disinvested in public welfare. We have closed mental institutions. We have impoverished public schools and universities. We've impoverished medical facilities. We have robbed and stolen at the federal level and sometimes at the state level from the poor to funnel all that money up to the trillionaires, billionaires and trillionaires, untaxed money. And I just want to add the perspective that we're all here scrambling to figure out how best to allocate the crumbs that we're left with. So I just want to, I want to put that context here, because we're all in it together. And I really appreciate all the work that you're doing and all the work that everybody in this room is doing. It's so impressive. But I also want us to keep our eye on the big ball, which is tax the rich and the corporations. There.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else in the room that'd like to give public comment? Come on down.
Thank you, Chair Hyatt. My name is Ken Garber. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm here to talk about something completely different, but let me say it pales in importance to what you just heard. I urge you to engage with the homeless community in general and with Mission in particular, and provide sufficient funding basically take all their requests very seriously tonight. So I'm going to talk about the Village Brownfield plan, which you'll be setting the public hearing date for tonight. There's a problem with it. And basically, it's a good plan overall. The 26 million for remediation is appropriate. There are also 5 million in non-environmental activities. Of that, 1.5 million for a roundabout and for stormwater management are fine also. The problem lies with the 2.9 million for non-environmental site work, cut and fill, and utility relocation. This seems straightforward, but is not. The 2.9 million is actually for something completely different. It's for full electrification of the for sale units, solar streetlights, solar clubhouse, and carrying costs for over $1 million. So these are all itemized in the Appendix A of the October 14th version of the plan. They total $2,930,071. The January 25th plan in your packet tonight omits all this and replaces it with the site work here. Total amount $2,930,071. Here's what happened. The city asked the developer, Robertson Brothers, to include some sustainability features. Robertson Brothers refused, pointing out that the city could not compel such additions. So the city simply folded the heat pumps and solar panels into the brownfield plan, with taxpayers footing the bill, 1.1 million in carrying costs included. But there's one hitch. Heat pumps and solar panels are not allowable under the MEDC Act 381 work plan guidance. So staff simply swap them out for activities that are allowed. But make no mistake, the 2.9 million is for the heat pumps and solar panels, which normally I would fully support and I have argued for many times. But I was at all the public meetings for this plan and no one ever mentioned that these sustainability features were in it. I'm not saying there was active deception, but there is zero public awareness. Transparency is one problem. The other is precedent. Climate change is a collective problem. We must all do our part to move away from fossil fuels. That includes developers. If taxpayers start paying for their heat pumps and solar panels, that means every future developer can say, you want it, you pay for it. This developer should go all electric in alignment with A20 and resilient Washtenaw, but on its own, not at public expense. By the way, it intends to heat apartments with gas. Others may disagree, but that should be debated openly, not behind closed doors as this one was. Thank you.
Thank you. This is my first meeting as chair where someone brought a dry erase board to public comment. Thank you very much for that. Very impressive.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. I live in Ypsilanti City and I don't have a dry erase board, but I am going to talk about families. And I just want to echo everything that everyone has already said, but emphasize one thing, and that's that we need to stop evictions. I'm going to say, and this is backed by the groups I'm a part of. I'm part of Washtenaw Camp Outreach. I work for Ground Cover News. I've done stuff with Mission all across the board. We have money. You said that hopefully will be allocated that 700 grand. That is just going to burn up immediately. And it's not just going to burn up, but it's going to go back to landlords and people who own property and who are going to evict these families if it's just going straight to rental assistance. Not saying that that's not important. It so is, and it gets a little bit up the pipeline, a little backwards to the root problem, but we just need to stop evictions. We did it during COVID. I know that was a federal thing. I don't know if you all have the power to do that, but I'm just going to urge that if you don't have the power to advocate up the pipeline, maybe to the governor or something, because this is a public health emergency. It's a lot scarier and a lot more deadly to these families than COVID. Maybe not to everybody in this community right now, but we've talked about the way that homelessness is going to affect people, all these kids' whole lifetime, these parents' lifetime with trauma, and not being able to access their basic needs right now. So if you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, figure out how to do it, but we need to stop family evictions.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room would like to give public comment? Gonna move on then to online comment. Krista, who do we have?
YMOW, I assume that's Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels.
YMOW, please state your name and where you are joining us from.
Hi, this is Allison Foreman. I'm from Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And I am a resident of Ypsilanti Township, but we also serve in the city of Ypsilanti and parts of Pittsfield Township. I just want to say thank you to the Board of Commissioners. I was listening in on your work session, and I'm very grateful on behalf of the Say Yes to Seniors coalition that you are making it a priority to support senior services. And I totally understand where you guys are coming from, looking at as a big picture. That is the same way we aging network agencies look at it as well. And we've gotten from Andy that some of the questions you guys would like to have answered, and we're working on that. So hopefully we can send that along to you and to Administrator Dill so that you would have it for your board retreat. But also to comment on what we're talking about for the systemic change issues, we ourselves are dealing with higher level needs more than we ever have. This was a record month for us. We received 45 referrals to our agency. More than 15 of those came from adult protective services and 10 from community mental health. So that is on the rise for us. But also to speak to the homelessness issue, just this week alone, 3 of our older adult residents were evicted from their homes. So we are even seeing this as a crisis for homelessness for older adults too. So I appreciate all the work that's going on in this, and I'm supportive of looking at this as a whole need and a whole way to support the community, from supportive services, from nutrition to housing to resources. So please count on us from Say Yes to Seniors to support in any way you might need us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Brett Stunts.
Brett Stunts, please state your name and where you're joining us from.
Hi, my name is Brett Stunts. I'm with SME. We help to prepare the brownfield plan for the Village of Ann Arbor, and I'm here representing the development team. The Village of Ann Arbor property is huge. It's more than 77 acres, and it includes a former municipal dump and a development area that was a construction borrow pit for gravel mining. And then it was backfilled with spoils from basement excavations through the 70s. It's resulted in a site that's contaminated where you can't build buildings with the standard traditional foundations. It's therefore been vacant for decades, even while properties around it have been developed. The village development consists of 244 single-family homes and 320 rental residences. The for sale products designed to serve the missing middle that's vastly underserved in the region. But the nature of this brownfield makes it really, really hard to develop. You can't excavate out the junk fill that's throughout the development area. It would fill Michigan Stadium 2 times over. So we're building a methane interceptor trench adjacent to the municipal dump. That'll help control the methane problem. We're building venting systems under structures on the north side of the site to make sure that the homes will be safe for residents. And we're doing all of this on top of specialized foundation systems that are engineered so regular structures can be constructed above bad fill. All of this is extremely difficult and costly, but none of that added cost it would result in added asset value for the developer. It's actually the opposite. So this brownfield plan is a necessary but-for tool to make redevelopment of the site feasible. The risk is still high, but the brownfield plan makes it manageable. And there's nothing wrong with the plan. The brownfield plan was shaped after community engagement with the city of Ann Arbor. It's been reviewed by the Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and was overwhelmingly approved by the city council. During the approval process, and not just the final vote, but in the leading up, then city council deliberated on what elements they wanted prioritized through the brownfield process in public and throughout the site plan review process. There's lots of additional costs to the project that would be eligible under the brownfield statute, but which the city declined to support. I'm not talking about environmental controls and geopiers. Those are essential elements of any redevelopment on a former dump, but in keeping with its brownfield policy, City Council deliberated on affordable housing. It also deliberated on full electrification and infrastructure improvements, constructing a roundabout and Pontiac Trail. And in the end, with awareness that it's not financially feasible to get all of these priorities, City Council ended up settling on electrification of the for sale units and the public infrastructure improvements as priorities that could be achieved through the brownfield plan. Electrification is being supported through approval of brownfield eligible earthwork costs that otherwise wouldn't have been supported by the city. It's a commendably creative approach from the city and was discussed throughout the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think you said your city or township, but you told us you're with the developer, but could you say your city or township?
I'm a resident of Huntington Woods, Michigan.
Huntington Woods, Michigan. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Who's next, Crystal?
Janet Cannon.
Janet Cannon, please state your name and where you live.
Hi, Janet Cannon. I'm in Ann Arbor. I just wanted to second what Teresa said about the fundamental problem of the rents going up with no limit. But I also wanted to bring out, I've had the privilege to be able to work on assistance to the Latino community. And so I'm following the work of the community of care, the continuum of care. And I became aware that there is currently a call for proposals from MISHDA, from the State Housing Authority, for a construction of shelters. So if there are people who are able to carry a project like that, perhaps we could create a task force to see who would be able to carry this project. There is money to be gotten from the state to create. It's through the ARPA money also, to create a shelter. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next?
That is all so far.
So anybody in the room have second thoughts and have a comment? Otherwise, we're going to move along. All right. Well, thank you all very much for joining us tonight. I know it can be challenging to give public comment, particularly in a venue like this. So now we're at the point where commissioners can respond. Any commissioners Oh, actually, sorry, spoke too fast. We have a comment online.
Gail Summerhill?
Gail Summerhill, please state your name and where you live.
Gail Summerhill, Ypsilanti, Michigan. I have, I wanted to explain that an experience I had yesterday at University of Michigan Hospital. I had a child in surgery and I was waiting for an update. After an hour and a half, I went to a nurse who was typing on a computer just so that I could find out how does a family receive updates. The woman never looked at me and stopped, and she didn't stop typing while I was asking what I thought was a serious question. What I walked away with from that experience is this was a nurse, and a nurse used to be a person who had human compassion to be able to speak with family members so that they might be at ease. I walked away with what we enter into a computer takes away from human compassion. I'm listening to the homelessness, the pleas and the cries, and we are losing our way from a human being to what we're entering on a computer, making that computer data more important than a human being. My suggestion is, if we're looking at surveys, you might want to have people who are grassroots on the ground talking to the people that are suffering the most. Let's give us an opportunity to look at the surveys and really get them to the people so that you can make accurate decisions based on what the people's needs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. Not saying anything, Crystal, that's it?
That is all.
Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, we are going to move into commissioner follow-up to public participation. I saw Commissioner Labar's hand a long time ago, and now I see your hand.
Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Labar.
I'll try and be brief. I think folks will want to give comment. One, I appreciate everybody coming and speaking to us tonight. Two, I particularly appreciate the advocacy efforts both tonight and online from those homeless individuals because obviously we get a lot of emails and a lot of advocacy generally on issues that has extra impact. And so thank you for whoever organized that or for those that did it on their own. One, to just clarify a few things quickly. 2 years ago, we shifted from the old COFU system, coordinated funding, that was a 5-partner system with the county, the city, eventually Trinity Health, and also the Community Foundation and the United Way. The total amount that the county contributed to that was roughly $1.25 million for 10 years. It did not change. We are now allocating more than that total amount to these efforts. But the problem has been, one, the total pool of money has shrunk from 5 million down to 3.1, and the total number of partners has also shrunk. Right now, it's the city and the county and the urban county, a pass-through mechanism. So the aggregate amount is smaller, even though the amount we are putting in has increased. Secondfold, we are at the same time putting in place the new Human Services Partnership, which is also a human service response to a number of issues, but has 3 primary targets: moving the needle on racism, poverty, and trauma, and their impacts on this ecosystem. That is work that needs to be supported and sustained, and it's got a 5-year window in terms of getting the first bit of metrics back to really judge, is it working or not? We spent much of the hour and a half before this meeting and forgive me, I'm not trying to rush through this like a nervous pervis, but the truth is I know other folks want to talk. So I'm trying to go as fast as I can here. We spent a good bit of time at our meeting beforehand talking about ways in which we want to address human services and that we plan to do that, including, I'm hopeful, standing up something that could be parallel with that new human services project, something that could mimic coordinated funding. But we need more partners at that table. And very candidly, Ronald Reagan and John Engler did a number on Michigan, and we are digging out from that. And I want that stated and said, we will do our part. We will never meet the entirety of the need. We'll keep going, but we need additional capital injected into that overall equation. And finally, I appreciate the support that you have shown for particular agencies and particular services. I would ask you just to consider also, we hear from many agencies, including agencies that felt that they were not able to be a part of that old coordinated funding system, and agencies and advocates that argue for and advocate for different services. And so I'm not trying to adjudicate who is right or wrong, just that those conversations happen. And I'll wrap up, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence here just by saying, folks, I can guarantee you will pass the resolution later on tonight. But that will be a stopgap measure. We will be back here. This board will continue to do what it can and look for new ways to do that. But I don't want to give false hope that any vote at this board table is going to solve the problem. It will respond to it. And I'm sorry to end on such a dour note, but I feel like you are owed the truth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
That so enthusiastically.
I know I'm going to be saying it many times tonight. So
Yeah, you're getting used to it. You know, you're easing into it.
Right.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking everybody that came out to testify today and to speak your mind about the issues that you have personally experienced or that your neighbors have been experiencing. And your advocacy has been heard. I appreciate how you framed what you brought forward, and many of you brought issues to the table that I think are paramount for us to consider. And the way that we can understand this is really to look at these broader issues in our society. And the fact that many of you spoke to the, what's the right word? The piracy, the taking advantage of that landlords do, that property owners do in our city, in our county. It hits the nail on the head. And that's an issue we need to address. We need to be able to create rent control ordinances in our county and our city. We need to change state laws to do that. But there are things in our control, things that we can do, and we need to hold these landlords accountable. We can't let them continue to do what they're doing. Evictions are a criminal proceeding. And I don't mean that in the sense of the person being evicted is a criminal. I mean that in the sense of the person doing the evicting is the criminal. And oftentimes we see law enforcement officers there that are participating in it. And unfortunately, I believe they're engaging in a criminal activity. By making somebody homeless, you are a criminal. And unfortunately, we see that all too often in our community. I understand that, you know, landlords have to pay the rent too, or pay taxes or whatever, but people are people. And as you all said, housing is a human right. We cannot continue to allow this to happen in our community. And that's why I've been so adamant about pushing the idea of a housing commission. Capitalism will not solve this problem. We cannot build our way out of this in the private sector. We have to provide public amenities for people to live. If we rely on landlords to house people, we will fail. We need to create housing opportunities that are not just owned by the people, but that are operated by the people and accountable to the people. We need more cooperatives that allow for joint ownership so that the individuals that are living in the facilities have a say in what happens. We need democracy in housing, and we can create that. I think somebody said we're sitting on a pile of cash, and that's true to a large degree. The county doesn't have unlimited resources. I wish we did, but we do have bonding capacity, and we have other tools at our disposal to create and build use the properties that we have, whether they're vacant lots or actual buildings, to repurpose them into housing facilities. I think we need to build, we talked about this earlier, a county housing commission to create new housing opportunities that are owned and accountable to the public and the taxpayers and the people of our county, so that we don't have evictions, so that we don't rely on landlords who are for-profit entities. We do not want to subsidize the pocketing of profits. And by the way, the gentleman who came up to testify about the Brownfield project, I was chuckling inside because everything that you said is absolutely spot on. And these are all thoughts that I had in reviewing the Brownfield plan. And I agree, Brownfield plans should provide for the cleaning up of brownfield sites. Environmental costs should be an allowable expense. And I'm happy to, help developers to, fix those expenses. I'm happy to have public funds go to help support public infrastructure like a roundabout. But beyond that, I do not want public funds to go supporting private profits. If we're talking about $3 million, what could we do with that $3 million to solve all the problems that you're just talking about around housing? How long are we going to keep shoveling public money that we collect from all of your pockets to the pockets of private developers? I know the developer is on, and that's fine. And I know that the developer said their piece about this site. But at the end of the day, I truly and 100% in alignment with what the gentleman said. And as I said, these are things that I reviewed before the meeting and identified that discrepancy that he was outlining. And so I'm glad that he came with a whiteboard even to outline it, but it ties directly to this issue. Because if we are continuing to shovel public resources towards private profits, how much are those developers going to make in profits? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know what the profit margin on this project is. Who are the partners? How much money are they making? How much is rent going to be? How much are houses going to go for? Are people going to be able to afford them? The answer is probably no, at least not the people in this room. But what kind of community do we want to build? What kind of community do we want to have? Do we want an exclusive country club town where only the wealthy can afford the lofts? Or do we want a town that's inclusive of everybody, where people can actually afford to live and not just rent and pay money to a landlord that goes off into the distance, but actually build equity for yourselves and actually have a say in your housing options and in what happens in your housing facilities? So we can do better as a community. And I hope that through the Housing Commission, we can start to do that. The last thing I'll say is I absolutely 100%, the first time that I heard about this problem, this issue, and I don't want to say it's a problem because that implies things for the people that are involved. What you are experiencing is problematic, but you as human beings have every right to be housed and to not be out on a day like today when there was tornado warnings in our county. You deserve to have shelter. And so, but when this first came to light for me, and I found out that, we were housing folks in hotels, I asked what the cost of that was. And by gosh, it is a high price tag for the county to do this. And frankly, I did the math on it, and this, $1.5 million that we're looking at, that's about the cost that it would have cost to house individuals year round at these hotels. And as we heard, there's even more people that are looking at housing. My understanding is that we lost some temporary sheltering facilities in the last few years. And so, frankly, I do believe that, instead of, many people said it, there are ways to, it is fiscally responsible for the county to actually invest in our own facility that we can build to house individuals and make sure that people aren't going homeless, and make sure that we're not being faced with situations where we have to put up money for hotel rooms. We can build a facility to actually do that. We need to think big, and we need to protect people and make sure that everybody has shelter. Housing is a human right, and we have the ability as the county to solve that need. I think that what we're doing tonight is a potential first step. I do have some issues and some questions with what's been presented. It was just given to me just a few minutes ago, so I've only had the opportunity to review it just now, frankly, while we were having this discussion. So I do have some questions, but this is a start. It is not sufficient to solve the problem wholly. And I do believe that we need to invest in a physical building that will help to provide short-term sheltering options and create a housing commission for long-term sheltering options in this community, and stop giving money to billionaires and millionaires, as one of our speakers said, and instead make sure that all people have the human rights that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A great first comment from you for the night. Good one. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to thank everyone who came forward this evening and told their story, or the stories of their neighbors or the stories of the organizations that they support. I'm going to piggyback on what Commissioner Robbie has said, and I'm going to take it one step further. So there was an individual tonight, and I apologize, I didn't get to write down your name, who talked about unsafe housing. There are people right now that are not homeless, but they are in situations that are unsafe. And I can say that that is even true in my district and in my low income housing. There are areas where these residents are not safe. They are publicly supported with funds to house people, but they have many, many problems, whether it be structurally, things in the vents, all different kinds of things, whether they're accessible or not accessible to people that, you know, have different abilities, all of those things. And so I would really also like us to push a way to ensure we're not only finding affordable housing, because we could do that, but we also need to make sure that it is safe housing, that it is protective housing, that it is housing to Commissioner Robbie's point, that allows them to build a life, to continue to grow and not simply survive, which is what so many are doing right now. So I thank you again for your advocacy, and we will work on this problem.
Excellent. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. When one of our speakers came up and talked to us about working or being a part of St. Mary's, it reminded me of like my initial late realization about what it was like, or an inkling of what it was like to be homeless. I was actually like that summer, like I remember having a stomach bug and like walking to class and feeling really sick, and then seeing a man washing his feet in the fountain. And I thought, like, where does he go when he feels sick? Because I just couldn't wait to get back to my own bed. And then I was working as the evening secretary at St. Mary's Student Parish, and seeing people come in that backyard at that time to like grill meals and be together. And I just like, they were a group of homeless people. And it just struck me so intensely at that time, like a realization of something I'd never thought about like that. And I think that that has stayed with me. And so all your stories tonight, hearing about a 72-year-old coming to ask for a sleeping bag. My parents are 73. I can't even imagine. So I want to try to think about what we can do. I feel like I'm working with really good people at this board table, that we will be able to try to think about ideas of what we can do and how we can help mitigate this, how we can help people dealing with this. When at the beginning of the pandemic, I had a letter from somebody representing property owners asking me to support them because they felt that people were going to go on a rent strike and not pay their rent. And the referred to, I believe, the pandemic as a windfall for some people. And I remember being as disgusted about that then as I am today, that people think that people don't want to pay their bills. Oh, everybody wants to pay their way and get where they're going. But this is becoming an increasingly hard place to live, not just in the world, but here in Washtenaw County, because of the way our rents are going up, the price of housing is going up. We need to think about what we can do. And it's such a timely discussion, because just today I was talking to one of the Ann Arbor City Council members, Erica Briggs, who represents part of my district, about what we needed to get together to talk about this issue about unhoused people and homelessness, that this is the very tip of the iceberg of what we're going to see. Because if you think it's bad right now, next winter it's going to be worse. And I bet it's going to be worse after that too. So we better come up with something sooner rather than later. I want to thank you all for coming and telling your stories, for sharing your truth with us. I think some of the ideas that you've had are great. Some of them we can't realize. I can't realize creating a shelter at the Walmart in Ypsi Township. If I could make Ypsi Township do that, I would love to try to do that, but that is Ypsi Township. And maybe you will have better luck convincing them to do more to help than we have here at this table. And I want to thank you for recognizing the power that we have and the power that we're limited in. And I think that what you'll hear from my colleagues at this table tonight is that in one way or another, we're all allies and trying to help you go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Somerville.
All right, thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody who showed up tonight to voice your thoughts and concerns and hopes and dreams for what we as a body can do with you all as a community. In particular, I know some of my constituents that I'm lucky enough to serve spoke up, and I appreciate you for doing that. I agree with everything that's been said, and I want to share something a little bit different. And I want to kind of emphasize on some of the points that you all made about lived experience and why it's important to involve people who have been impacted by homelessness issues. So sometimes for me, it's really traumatizing to sit through public comment. And I even didn't want to speak tonight because I'm nervous right now. Someone spoke about unsafe housing and what that does to people when they have to put themselves in situations. Most of my close friends know this about me. My mom died when I was 17. She was sober for 2 years. And within 2 weeks of being homeless again, she died from a drug overdose. A few years prior to that, when she was homeless, she survived being shot by a police officer. She was squatting somewhere in Southwest Detroit, and she had her hands up. The bullet went through her left hand and through her shoulder. She survived that while being homeless. But I was a kid when that happened, and I didn't live with her. There were a lot of nights where I wondered where my mom was sleeping. And I was lucky to have her until I was 17. But she was again sober for 2 years. And then she was homeless for 2 weeks and she passed away. So I take everything that has been said and emailed to us very seriously. It's one of the reasons why I'm sitting here. And I think it's important for you to know that some of us decide to do what we're doing and get in these seats because of our lived experiences. So everything that you all have said, I don't take lightly. And I really do carry that with me when I go home at night. So thank you.
Commissioner Sanders.
I wasn't gonna speak. I don't have the same lived experience as many of our guests in the audience do. But I did serve landlord tenant papers for about 25 years. And I know what it's like to go to someone's home that either is unable or has decided to stop paying their rent because they're living in a property that is not fit for human living, because they have a landlord that believes that there's nothing that they can do about it. And because they are uninformed about what options they may have. And this has bothered me still. I have a proposal that I am literally writing up right now. Does not involve rent control because that is not something, that's something that the state controls. It's not something that we control. But it is a way around it. And I wasn't gonna share, but Annie started it. So I will just share with you that I am currently a renter and have literally had to put my rent in escrow because I'm living somewhere where they just feel like they don't have to do maintenance. They want you to pay your rent on time. But when it's their turn, there's an excuse. There's always an excuse. And they never seem to get the hint until you legally put your rent in escrow and notify them. Because I would rather they haul me into court so that the judge can look at them in the face and say, so wait, this has been in misrepair for how many months? But you want her to still pay her rent on time. You shouldn't have to do that. But I'm only sharing with you because I came into office literally saying, you've got to do something about the lack of housing, affordable, and I hate that term, multi-level income housing. Because you can have zero money or you could be in a higher tax bracket and still in this county not be able to afford a decent place to live or be able to find one. So your testimonies tonight are not lost. They're not on deaf ears. We are, and I know this doesn't help when you need housing immediate. We are working on this and this is part of our priority. And we just want you to know that. And we are trying to work around others that are not trying to help you, but pretend that they are. So just know that when you hear about our efforts, at least consider supporting the efforts, knowing that we're doing it on behalf of you. So thank you for coming out.
Anybody else like to respond to public comment? Once, twice, three times. Okay, I'm going to respond to public comment now. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Clearly, I hope it's seen that this is a board that takes this issue extremely seriously. I mean, that's why we're going to be voting on a $3 million plan here, probably in another hour and a half or so. On top of that work, we're looking at, because we know this is not going to solve the problem. Commissioner Labar put it perfectly earlier that we alone are not going to be able to fix this problem for the community. It's going to take a partnership between local governments, the state government, the federal government to be able to truly solve it. But we're going to do what we can here. We're always committed to doing what we can to support our residents. I want to add a couple of things in addition to what we've done here, just so people have some more context. Earlier this week, Commissioner Somerville, Administrator Dill, and me and the courts had a preliminary meeting about establishing a court that will be able to help with evictions. That was brought up earlier because during the COVID pandemic crisis, when it was federally recognized that way, that really helped with us being able to prevent evictions. That's something that we're going to be looking to invest in, and that'll come up in a future meeting here. But those kinds of conversations about trying to change the system in a way where we can really change lives, in addition to meeting the immediate needs, we're really interested in doing that. Work related to a housing commission has been brought up already. We're exploring that. It's not just about meeting the immediate needs and making sure people have shelter. It's about making sure that we can get people housed permanently. And so that's the work that we're committed to doing here. But I address a couple of specific comments that came up. The Walmart question came up. The Walmart's in my district. It's been something that I've been really interested in since I got elected. The challenge that we found when we tried to explore what could we do with that space, it's still owned by Walmart corporate. And when we reached out to them before, they were not interested in us purchasing the property from them at that time. We're going to continue working on that. It was brought up before too that Ypsilanti Township's government could also be helpful in that as well. But that would be a great location for additional housing if we were able to acquire that space. It was also brought up earlier that we are unable to regulate rent. State law prevents us from being able to do that. If there were a change in state law, we would be able to do something. So that's an area where we can advocate, but also you all can advocate to our state legislators to be able to make that change. With that, you got a question?
Your list.
But
Can
yeah,
the other thing is that I heard some of you talk about older people evicted from their homes. I know there's bank foreclosures and tax foreclosures, and there are really fantastic programs our treasurer has in place to help people avoid a tax foreclosure. So if you know somebody facing that, please encourage them to get in touch with her office because she has put in some really progressive programs to try to help with that.
the bridge loan, or not the bridge loan, the foreclosure prevention program. Yes, it's a fantastic program to help people be able to stay in their homes. I'd also add about the proposal later because I don't expect that everyone's going to stick around for the whole meeting to do that. I wouldn't necessarily do that if I didn't have to, right? But I can't say I'm confident my colleagues and I will all vote to pass it, but just to give you a sense of what's also in here, because I think there was a comment from somebody over here about the $700,000 will be gone very quickly. It's $700,000 to be used for rental assistance, move-in assistance, and extended emergency sheltering. We're not looking at just handing that over to landlords. We're looking at being able to help make sure people get housed. So, and we're looking at using that $700,000 between this year and then the $700,000 next year in more creative ways than just that. Many of you mentioned community organizations that need to be funded, or such as Alpha House. That's in the list of organizations here that would receive funding under this $3 million proposal here. So I'm hopeful that many of you will be pleased with the action that I expect that we're going to take tonight. I think that's everything that I had before we move on.
Can I speak one last thing?
Yes, unfortunately, and I'll talk to you during the break because I'm feeling like we need to take a 10-minute recess. If there's no objection to taking a 10-minute recess, I would like to do that. Yeah. So without objection, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess, 12-minute recess, come back at 8:50. Turn that back on. Okay. We're back. All right. I am ready to hear liaison reports. Is anybody else ready for liaison reports? Anybody ready to give a liaison report? That's the better question. No, so there's no desire for liaison reports tonight. That's okay. I got one. Maybe I'll save mine later for the report of the chair, just to hit it all at once. You like that? I'm gonna save mine for later. Then we're gonna move right along, keep it going into special orders of business. Would anybody like to move the special orders of business? Excellent. All right, all in favor of or any discussion on special orders of business? Hearing none. All right, all in favor? Aye. Oh, sorry. This is I think my first special order of business.
Really thought we were gonna get away with that.
No, we're not gonna get away with it. This is a roll call vote on special orders of business.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you, everybody. We're gonna move on to appointments. Would anybody like to move the appointments? Any discussion on the appointments? Or do anybody want to fill in for some consideration? I hope not. Yeah,
Just a question. Are we not appointing a road commissioner today?
we're now appointing a road commissioner today. That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for your question. Good question. If there's no other discussion on the appointments, roll call. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're moving right along. Now I'd look for somebody to move the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none. Oh, there is discussion. Commissioner Robbie, what's in it for us?
Thank you. I am now going to try to dig it up, but I believe one of our communications that we received from another county, I believe it's under this section, or is that under public comment? But basically we received from a county, I don't remember which county it was now.
Kalkaska County.
Kalkaska County, maybe on the no, it was the Kalkaska, oh no, not the Kalkaska County one, that's on firearms.
Yeah.
Certainly that is an important issue as well. I believe the one I was looking at was the Tuscola County Board of Commissioners resolution on the expansion of Camp Grayling. I think this is a really important issue that we should consider weighing in on, maybe at a future meeting. I don't know if we've done that yet, but this is something that's under active consideration by the governor's office and the state of Michigan to expand a military base onto state DNR land. The locals are furious about this up in northern Michigan, as they rightfully should be. It's an environmental issue. It's an access issue for public land. And I really think that we should weigh in and oppose the Camp Grayling expansion as the Tuscola County Board of Commissioners has done. So just for future discussion, but I wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I made fun of him for talking about this, but I actually had notes as well on this area too. I wanted to note that we did get some communication from Kalkaska, I think Lapeer, maybe another county. Sheboygan, about trying to saying that to oppose any attempts on limiting gun ownership. In the same packet of communication, we also had a resolution from Ingham County communicating a communication commending the the first responders at Michigan State. The juxtaposition of those two communications, what this world that we're living in is crazy. I cannot possibly stomach a communication urging any other county to try to think about not limiting gun ownership in the same packet where I get a resolution commending the actions of first responders for a shooting at a state school. So that type of communication, anybody can send us what they want, but I'm disgusted by it. And I'm all for commending those first responders at Michigan State. And I'd love to come up with a answer to a resolution saying not to limit guns and how we might limit guns. So maybe we should think about that and communicating that as a response to those counties. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Interesting. We don't usually have comments on consent agenda, but these were good ones. All right, well, this is a voice vote, so all in favor? All right, any opposed? All right. Moving us right along into resolutions. Somebody like to move the first reading resolutions? Huh? You said what? Who? Katie was first, sorry. Well, Commissioner Somerville did, and it's her first time trying to do it.
Go ahead, do it.
It's good practice if you want to try it.
Support you trying to do it the first time. It just, okay.
I think you should try it. There's not that many. Okay, you're not doing it. Commissioner Scott.
9-1, a resolution. I won't defer to you. I defer for her though. 9-1, a resolution to authorize the expansion of services of the solid waste division to staff an additional home toxic center at a position and authorize the administrator to execute the contract with Arbor Hills landfill. 9-1B, a resolution directing the Board of Public Works to undertake a lake improvement project for Silver Lake in the townships of Dexter and Washtenaw County and Putnam in Livingston County. 9-1C, a resolution approving the agreement with POAM, Washtenaw County and Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office for the wage reopener of 2023 to 2025. 9-1E, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign a letter of intent to collaborate and to sign a service contract to provide certain animal control services with the Humane Society of Huron Valley for the period of May to December 2023. Did I skip something?
There's a D.
D.
Talk.
That's good. I'm really familiar with my alphabet. D, a resolution modifying the Washtenaw County Rescue Plan, American Rescue Plan investment for Washtenaw County Health Department. Yes, that's one I'm really excited about too. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Lots of seconds. Excellent. Commissioner Somerville, I'm probably going to call on you next time to move the first readings. All right. Any discussion or any that people would like to pull for separate? Commissioner Robbie, what you got? You want to pull one of these?
I have several questions on these items, but the only one I would like to pull for separate consideration is the Humane Society contract.
Pulling Humane Society. Any other ones? Okay. Well, you want to tackle Humane Society first then? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a contract that I'm very interested in understanding more of how we got to where we are. Is there a staff member that can help walk me through?
Yes.
Rationale? Because basically what's being proposed here is a substantial increase in funding for the Humane Society to shelter animals in our community. I don't know, to me, especially after we just had a conversation about sheltering humans, this is hard for me, certainly, to vote for such a substantial increase. This is almost $500,000 increase that we're giving to the Humane Society. I've long felt that the contract between the Humane Society and the county has not been fair. And this is only furthering that unfairness, in my opinion. So I need to better understand what the rationale for how we got to these numbers based on the fact that the county has certain statutory responsibilities. And beyond that, I think we should have a discussion and understand that we're getting into this beyond our statutory responsibilities, if that's what we're in fact doing here.
I believe you asked the multi-million-dollar question. So Michelle, you want to get it?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Andrew DeLue and I have spent many meetings with the Humane Society representatives trying to understand their cost metrics. and we have had lots of dialogue about it. Andrew is, I don't know if he's available to chime in as well this
Obviously,
evening.
he is.
But he has been really the one who's been deep in the weeds on the numbers. We understand that this is a significant increase over the previous amount. However, the Humane Society is of the opinion that they've been subsidizing a lot of county services. And if we did not agree to some level of an increase, we would likely have been left in quite a bind without any way to address the abandoned and stray animals in the community. So that's why we did agree to a short-term contract, a 1-year contract, so that we can dive in and understand maybe what our other options are as well, and perhaps do an RFP so we can solicit other proposals that could help us understand how we might be able to control our costs a little bit better. I know many years ago, we did a study of what it would take for the county to run its own sheltering facility, and we're prepared to dust that off as well. So there's a lot of options on the table, and we understand that this is a big increase, but we also were able to negotiate down quite a bit from where we started at the beginning of the contract negotiations.
Do we want to bring Andrew in? Andrew is available.
Good evening, board. Good evening, chair. Thank you. My apologies for not being able to be present tonight. I'm recovering, and so I want to make sure you all stay healthy. I'd be happy to take specific questions, but I would certainly echo Michelle's sentiments in terms of the work that went into reaching this agreement and the work that needs to happen over the course of the year to review and have alternatives reviewed for the board to consider when we bring back a proposal following the expiration of this term. We certainly are sympathetic to Commissioner Robbie's comments and are aware of those. And I think what I would say in response to that is we have tried to bring forth the best proposal we can at this time, which preserves these services and which makes sure that the services are not interrupted, but which sets us up to be able to answer those challenging questions that he raised with the next version of this. To that end, I would point to a secondary component of this item. We're also asking for your approval of a letter of intent to collaborate, which goes into detail about some of the issues that we would look to address over the course of the year. The RFP that Michelle raised would be one of those issues, and exploring other options would be one, but then also going into greater detail in terms of how these costs are arrived at. As many of you know, this is a discussion that comes up frequently when we talk about the amount of funding that the county pays for these services with the Humane Society. I think those issues tend to have the same hot points in them, and we experienced that this time, and there's just more to talk about with those items. Specifically, when I think the big ones would be what happens past the end of the required holding period for the county. So I'd be happy to take specific questions in terms of dollar amounts or number of animals or service provisions if anyone on the board has them, but would echo Michelle's comments that she made earlier.
Any specific questions, Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, I do. I mean, in order for me to even consider voting yes on this, I would like to see a breakdown of the legally mandated services that the county's paying for versus the non-mandated services that the county's paying for. And my understanding based on this contract and the cost breakdown that's in front of us is that we're paying for a number of programs that are not within our mandated scope as a county. And these are programs that are within the scope of the Humane Society's mission that should be covered by private donations, but are not required to be paid for by the county. Certain types of animals that are being treated. And, I just want to understand what the differential is between the required and the non-required funding that we're providing.
I think you're referencing Exhibit A in the board materials, which is a table that goes into the itemized costs. This was a document that was prepared by the Humane Society and was intended to share with the county their estimates of the costs of providing the services of this contract. Working down the right side, the left side, you have different types of services. I will say, we have spent a lot of time really looking to make sure that to both verify that the items that are on there are relevant and are related to the county's responsibilities, and that we understand what each of those items are and can stand by their inclusion in this report. This is a similar format to a document that was provided during the last contract negotiation with the Humane Society, and that's not in your board packet, but we can present that as well. So I say that in that this is a format that's been used before to help the county understand these costs. To your question about the mandated services versus the non-mandated services, the direct costs are really intended to capture the costs of sheltering. The county's legal mandate, and I'm looking, Michelle's very tiny on my screen here, and so I will certainly follow her lead on the specific mandate. But the law is that the county's got a responsibility to shelter dogs under certain circumstances for a certain number of days, and it's either 7 or 10 days, I believe, depending on if the dog is licensed or not. What we have agreed to in the item before you is in alignment with what we have contracted with the Humane Society previously, and that it includes cats. There's not a mandate to do that, but that is consistent with past service contracts that we have had with the Humane Society, and that's also consistent with animal control arrangements that are run by other counties, both directly and through contract. And so that seemed appropriate to us, even though it was beyond the mandate in terms of what we would expect the county residents to expect and what's been agreed to previously. I think the other item here in terms of the mandate is that required holding period. And this is an item that we spent a lot of time discussing with the Humane Society inside of our negotiations in terms of who is financially responsible for the care of animals after that required holding period. That is specifically called out in the letter of intent to collaborate as an item that needs additional discussion. We reviewed materials back from when you were a commissioner previously, Commissioner Robbie, from the 2012 task force, from all of the contracts and work that we have done since then. And this agreement represents a compromise there. And I think there's still more that needs to be negotiated in terms of coming to a consensus with the Humane Society in terms of how we reach a financial or how we reach a consensus in terms of who's responsible for those costs. And so what you've got in front of you is a proposal that doesn't directly address that question.
All right. Thank you for attempting to explain that. What would help me, since this is first reading on this, is if we could get by the next reading, an actual breakdown of the mandated costs versus the non-mandated costs. I want to know how much money we're allocating to non-mandated services, including care for other animals and length of stay beyond the mandated provision. And, so I would like to understand what the total dollar amount on that is. Not saying that it's not something that, we shouldn't support or I can't support. I just want to understand what that breakdown is. The second question I had is around the facility itself. Who owns the facility? The building?
The Humane Society owns it currently.
Who owns the land beneath the building?
That I am unsure of. Andrew, do you know that?
Yeah, I don't know the exact ownership agreement, but originally it was donated by the University of Michigan. It's on the backside of Nicholas Arboretum. And so I don't know if there's a long-term lease or if it was transferred at some point. But that was not provided by the county.
I believe that, well, first of all, it's the Botanical Gardens, but yeah, the university.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. The university owns the underlying land, but I believe the county has a long-term lease on the property, and the building was built using county bond money. And so, you know, that is a factor that I think needs to be weighed in on all this. So whether or not the county currently owns the building, I believe that in order for the county to use bond money on it to begin with, the county had to own the underlying property or have a lease on it. And so, so we bonded for the building, right? $6.5 million, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's correct.
And the county also contributed towards the building of the initial building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So, you know, and I see that some of that is included in the cost breakdown that you've presented or that they've presented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I would add that these were all components of the very, very long series of negotiations, and this was still the best that we were able to get.
Okay.
But your questions are very much appreciated.
Well, I guess I'll just end by my comments by saying, you know, I don't know that I can support this at this time. Again, I think the county's needs, again, we need to understand what part of this is mandated and what part isn't. And I think we're providing a lot of non-mandated services that fit within the scope of the Humane Society's overall mission and vision as an organization. And I think that's great and laudable, but we have human beings that we need to find housing for. And we need resources to be able to do that. And so I believe that that should be our priority right now. And giving another $500,000 to this organization to help fulfill their organizational goals is, frankly, I think that the money could be better spent using it on helping humans to have a roof over their head into the future. So thank you. So I will be voting no on this for first reading at least.
Gotcha. Thank you, Commissioner Light.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. I would like to piggyback off of what you just stated. Right now, we are having a housing crisis in our county. And I am not confident that if we approve the increase for this organization to meet their financial goals, that it will not continue down the line to continue requesting increases for this organization. At this point right now, I too am unable to support just based off that we really need to eliminate the housing crisis that we have in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the revenue agreements with the 4 municipalities. Are the municipalities, is there any requirement for them to participate in the costs?
The answer, no, no requirement. We have created a cost recovery framework with those municipalities, but there is no requirement outside of the contractual relationship that we have with those municipalities.
And going into the negotiation period for a potentially a 4-year agreement with the Humane Society, you know, I would like to see us try and obviously work those contributions up from those 4 municipalities, which I believe are the 4 municipalities with the highest rate of activity in conjunction with the Humane Society, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other municipalities that might, in terms of the volume of dogs and cats that they deal with, that might join this as a 5th or 6th that are obviously outstanding in terms of the amount that they have compared to other municipalities?
Yeah, I don't know that it would be a component of what we would put together moving forward. Andrew would have the information on the amounts that come from other municipalities. I don't think they're high enough to make a substantial difference in our cost recovery structure.
Thank you. I you know, would note that in the whereas clauses that one of the things in there is that we have this longstanding commitment to being a no-kill county. And that is, I think, a significant part of this. I'll be supporting it through the first reading, but hopefully we can get some additional information and have some additional discussion before we get to a final vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Labar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be supporting, I'd urge us to support it, certainly at first reading. Michelle, question for you though. Just to clarify, because I've heard two different dates, is it through the end of calendar year 2023 or for a 12-month period?
End of 2023.
Okay, so we're looking at, give or take 8 months here.
Correct.
I think there are a lot of fair questions to ask. Certainly, questions in terms of what is the difference between the minimum state mandate level and a level that this body is willing to accept. But I don't see any other course of action for the remainder of 2023 other than what's been put forward here. And Michelle and Andrew, I know you have put a lot of work into this. I appreciate it. I would urge folks to vote for this to candidly have enough time and space to have as much or as few further discussions around the scope of animal control services we want. But I don't see another option here, so I'll be voting yes tonight. Thanks.
Anybody else before I go to round 2 of comments? Anybody that hasn't spoken yet? You want to get
I just want to say, hearing the dialogue tonight, we will endeavor to answer your questions. We'll get that information back in between board meetings. And hopefully that will provide you with what you need to move this through to a final vote. If you have specific questions that you don't feel like we've answered tonight, please direct them to any one of us and we'll make sure that they get answered.
All right, we'll move on to round 2 of questioning. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Just a few further questions that would be helpful for second reading. One is I'm noticing Exhibit B, at least the printout that I have doesn't have actual numbers in it. It just kind of lists the municipalities, but not the numbers. Is that on the digital version as well, or?
Yes, Commissioner, I can, that's an easy question to answer. That Exhibit B is the reporting template. This is in alignment with the reporting template that was used for the last 4-year cycle. With every monthly invoice we receive a copy of this in its completed form from the Humane Society. One thing I'll note about this is there is a new sheet on here. Pardon me. And that's the 3rd page. And this is related to court-involved animals. One of the things that we discovered through our negotiation was that the Humane Society was holding animals involved in court cases. And so those are, there's a mutual interest there in helping to get those animals as quickly out of the shelter as possible. And so thanks to our county prosecutor and his chief assistant prosecuting attorney, we've been able to have a setup here where they will provide that information to us and we'll be able to forward that to them so that they can consider that in the cases that they're hearing related to animals.
My understanding is that the court-involved animals is a mandate of the county to provide funding for housing them anyways, right?
As long as they are court involved, but there are certain actions that can be taken within the court system, and they require, the appropriate approvals and everything. But there are mechanisms that we can do to help expedite those animals and minimize the length of time that they need to stay in the shelter.
Understood. Thank you. My second piece of information that might be helpful for me is since we are providing so much funding to this organization, that is quite unusual for other organizations that are external to the county. And since we do generally provide this funding on an ongoing basis, and we have for many years, and since this increase, as others said, it's going to be the starting off point for the next negotiations now, right? And so we're going to increase the funding. That's where they're going to start the conversation next time. So we're setting ourselves up for that. I mean, they're going to come back and say, oh, it's not 1.9 million anymore. It's 2.5 million to provide. That's what they've done. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time now, and that's what they do every year. They come back and suddenly the costs are expanded well beyond the rate of inflation. And so if we're going to be doing this and doing what is basically a structural change, I would love to see the organization's audited financial statements. If we're going to be providing so much public money to this organization, I'd love to see that in the next board packet for not only commissioners, but for members of the public to be able to review as well. And then the last point I just want to quickly make is on the local units of government. When we initially put this together back when I served last time, the local units of government were asked, to the administrator's point, to participate because they had local ordinances around animal control that went above and beyond the county's own mandate. And so the idea was, okay, if the Humane Society is going to be providing services to the city of Ann Arbor, for example, it makes sense for the city of Ann Arbor to have to pay, especially because they collect dog tag money from city residents. They should have to pay to provide the additional services that their ordinance requires. And that makes sense. And so to the the one slight disagreement that I do have is, I think any community that has an animal control ordinance that goes above and beyond the county's mandate should be asked to pay, even if it's an insignificant amount of money, because I think that we should apply the same standard to any community across the board. And so for those communities that are asking that have additional requirements of their animal control ordinance, absolutely, the Humane Society should be asking for more money to cover those services. That's not necessarily something that the county should have to foot the bill for, though. That's something that local communities have chosen to pass an ordinance on, and they should have to foot the bill to pay for the Humane Society to do whatever is under that city ordinance or township ordinance. So I think we need to endeavor to make that tight argument and that delineation between what's the county's responsibility and what is the responsibility of local units of government. And if they don't want to pay up, then the Humane Society shouldn't be providing the services that, to enforce their local ordinances.
Commissioner Joe, I don't know if you want to add anything. I know that has been a significant discussion point for us as we worked through this.
Yeah, as you all know, this is, as we moved through this last year, we talked a lot about the relationship we have with local units. That is still under evaluation. We're continuing those discussions, and it is our hope that we will receive more resources from those counties, particularly those counties that have ordinances that move beyond what the county's mandate is. And back to the point around the data and metrics that you all need to pass this, we will make certain that you have what you need by the close of business on Friday, so that you will have time to evaluate it, and we'll see if we can get your questions answered, and we'll see if this is something that you guys feel comfortable passing at our next meeting.
All right, Commissioner Sanders.
This may be for Andrew. My question is related to the court involved cases. Does the court attempt to collect fees associated with housing these animals from the owners of the animals, or the owners is off the hook?
Commissioner Sanders, I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that, but we can look into that and can get you an answer, and the other answers that we'll be getting back in response to the other questions.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no double dipping going on, like we're paying and then there's someone is still collecting from the owners if they're collectible. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Light.
I was wondering, when was the last increase that the Humane Society received? And how often are the increases every year? What are those increases? And how much are they? How much do they ask for every time that there's an increase?
I can address that. Commissioner Light, the last new contract that the county entered into with the Humane Society happened in mid-2017. It was a 4-year contract at that point. And I can't remember the prior contract, but the difference between the prior contract and the 2017 contract also was several $100,000. There was a significant addition there too, in that the county formally took the role of the lead entity, and that with that agreement started collecting the local revenues. So the 2017 agreement, it started at $800,000 and then increased by $15,000 for each of the next 3 years of that contract to $845,000 in its final year. That is what the county paid the Humane Society. That is then offset by about $210,000 in local revenues. Those local revenues have gone up somewhat over time, but they have not kept up with the amount of the increase that's in front of you all this evening. During COVID, we then entered into 2 one-year extensions, and we maintained the same contract price of $845,000 per year, and that was done through a contract amendment. those last contract amendments expired in December. And since December, we have been on a month-to-month basis, maintaining the prior agreed to amounts.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, friends? Seeing none. I would say that, well, first I want to thank Michelle and Andrew, hopefully I'm pointing at the right camera there, for your incredible work on this. I know this has been a lot. You put a lot of time into this since January and before. And I know that it had really ramped up after January. And the negotiations I know have been very difficult, and the two of you, it's just been an incredible amount of work. And I know that this is not something that many of us are happy with. Some of us are very unhappy with it. Which will be reflected when we do the vote in a moment here. But I would say that as we move forward on this, I hope that we can commit to doing what we can to get the local units of government to pay their fair share. Ultimately, that's what it's about. And some of the local units of government, including Administrator Dill and my local unit of government, are not paying their fair share. So we're going to do our best to recoup some of the costs to that. And now normally this would be a voice vote, but to make it easier on our clerk here, I'm going to do a roll call vote since it has to be recorded, and it's already I feel that there's going to be some no's here. So just to make it easier for recording purposes, we're going to do a roll call vote. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Yeah.
No. Yes.
All right, left us on the edge of our seats there. So we're going to move forward now. Discussion on the remaining items that we moved to collectively. Or, yep, that's what we're doing now. Any other discussion on the rest of the first reading items? Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
All right.
I do have some questions though. Really quickly on the landfill drop-off program, do we have a staffer, is Theo around to answer? Oh, there's Theo.
There
Hi,
you go.
Theo. Thank you. So my question hopefully is a quick one. I'm wondering about the 50% cap that the county's paying for with this. Otherwise, it's all paid for by the landfill, right?
Correct.
Other than
Just
50%.
disposal staff, and then we said 50, I proposed 50% cap because they'll be paying for the heat in the building, the landline, the Wi-Fi. Figured that they shouldn't have to pay for that twice since they're part of that makes up cap.
So just to be clear with that, is the county paying them to house, like, the way that you have this structured? I'm trying to understand if the Washtenaw County is, you said 50% of cap paid for by Washtenaw County. Does that mean the county's physically paying it, or it's just like an in-kind offset?
Internal charge. So no, we would not be paying the landfill any dollars.
Okay, so it's an internal charge that Board of Public Works is paying.
Of that staff person's, part of the, whatever makes up cap, HR fees, everything. So that's,
So you're,
adding that staff
okay.
person, we incur those costs.
Got it. And so your calculation of that is because they're providing the building and the heat and the bathroom and the water and all that, that it should only be 50% charged. Okay.
It seemed fair to me.
All right. Last follow-up question. Does the consent judgment require that the facility be located at the Arbor Hills landfill?
It does.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's all on that one. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to add, I want to thank Theo and the Board of Public Works for all of their work to bring this forward. I think it's going to be another resource for home toxic collection. And with a lot of hours and availability for people to come and drop material off. Look forward to the marketing and publication of the availability so people can learn about it and dispose of their materials and recycle them even more frequently than we're doing right now. So thank you for all your work on this. Really appreciate it.
Welcome. Excellent. Anybody else? Oh, yes. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Any questions for Theo? Is a question for Theo? No, you want to, okay. Well, thank you. I think we're all set. Commissioner Robbie, what you got?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question on the POAM wage reopener. I don't know how much of this we can actually talk about, but it was pretty explicitly spelled out in the board packet. So I'm wondering specifically about the premium pay component. I noticed that their POAM contract is receiving a $10,000 premium pay bump. I don't know what they're calling it. What, how do you?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Premium pay. Mhm.
And is that coming out of ARPA money or is it a shared expense between?
It is a shared expense. $5,000 per employee is being covered by the sheriff and $5,000 is coming out of ARPA.
Okay. All right, thank you. My understanding is the $10,000 is one of the highest amounts that's being allocated across the county to staff of any kind. Is that right?
Correct.
I guess I want to say, I'm probably going to support this, but I just want to say that, yes, law enforcement certainly did make a lot of sacrifices during the pandemic. There's a lot of county staff that made sacrifices during the pandemic. And I know that there's ongoing conversations about those things, but I want us to be really diligent about making sure that we reward the time and sacrifice that all staff have made. And, I know that there's differential dollar amounts that are being appropriated based on what work somebody did, but, there is a lot of important work that county employees did that needs to be recognized. And it can't just be law enforcement officers. There's got to be a lot more than that. And I know that you guys are working on it, so I don't want to, but I just want to make sure to say that out loud. I will support this, but I wanted to make sure to say it.
All right, Administrator Dill, give us a
just-
valuable update.
Yeah,
on
just note it, we are working through the process and we want to make sure also that people are appropriately compensated for their sacrifices during the pandemic. So more to come on this. We're trying to work through all of it now.
Optimistically, we might have something next meeting, maybe. Well, you don't got to say that. I'm saying that, maybe. All right. I don't want to commit you to anything live in a live meeting. Okay, other thoughts or comments about this before I ask Commissioner Robbie for his next question on a different topic? I'm hearing none. Commissioner Robbie.
No, I think I'm okay.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, I'm not meaning to shame you. That was it. Okay. All right. Well, so we are going to do a voice vote now. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. I'm going to look to Commissioner Somerville to move the single reading items. No, just kidding. Who wants to move the single? You want to do it? Okay. Commissioner Scott, go ahead. Or the final reading and single reading and do approval of claims while you're at it.
Final reading is, I think it's still 9. Are we still? No, yep, 9-2A. A resolution to approve all formula grants received by the Office of Community and Economic Development with a fiscal year starting in 2023 calendar year. And 9-3A, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign, accept, and amend the budget for the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Eagle 2023 scrap tire cleanup grant. B, a resolution ratifying the county administrator's signature on the marine safety grant through the state of Michigan Department of Natural Resources for the period of January 1, 2023 through December 31, 2023 in the amount of $65,467. D, a resolution addressing the eviction crisis and human service provider funding gap. E, a resolution extending the term of Washtenaw County as the fiduciary for Warma and accepting the contract between Warma and Washtenaw County. What?
You skip C.
Oh my God. I'm really having a problem. You know what? It's because it's indented.
Yeah, so
okay, it's not really.
Now on board portal, it's all lined up real nice.
Well, anyway, I'm reading off the paper. C, I'll go back, a resolution authorizing Washtenaw County's entry of participation agreements. This is an important one. Impartial settlement of the national prescription opiate litigation and entry of state, local government, interstate agreement concerning allocation of settlement proceeds. Now I can't remember where I was. I think I'm on F now. F, a resolution proclaiming the week of April 9th through April 15th as National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in Washtenaw County. G, a resolution honoring Fiona Stoker for her Girl Scout Gold Award. H, a resolution honoring Kira Crawley for receiving her Girl Scout Gold Award. Try saying that fast. A resolution to offer a letter of support for the City of Ypsilanti's Climate Resiliency Hub grant application to the EPA's Environmental Justice Government to Government Program. And then a resolution accepting and affirming the hiring committee's recommendation of Ashley Hall as the preferred candidate for the position of Board of Commissioners Communications and Operations Manager. And 4, approval of claims, a resolution authorizing the payment of claims, commencing with the last previously approved claim and continuing through the date of March 27th, 2023.
Thank you. I'm always grateful for your excellent reading of these.
Thank you.
It's a tough job. Commissioner
Thank you.
Lamar supported. All right. Are there any that anybody would like to pull for separate consideration? You have a, do that. Go ahead, ask your question. What you got, Commissioner Labar?
Well, I had a question related to D, just to make sure I'm on the same page. D is the resolution regarding human service providing in response to the homelessness and eviction issues that we've been working on. In the amounts that are laid out in the document, what I don't see though, and what I need to know is, are we matching the SOS HUD grant? We have designated SOS via the continuum of care for rapid rehousing reentry. But I don't see an allocation here, and they need a match of about $120,000. Am I missing that in the resolution somewhere?
Are you asking a question or pulling it first?
Move to separate that item.
Yeah, let's do that.
Forgive me. Yes,
That's
thank
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. You try to sneak in there and pull it and ask a question?
I'm always sneaking
Try
somewhere.
to sneak it. Okay, anybody else want to pull any other ones for separate consideration? Okay. Let's work through that one. Oh, you had a question with Commissioner Scott, was it related to this one? At that point, okay, let's do this one. I think this is the main event for tonight. Well, we do have closed session. That is the main event for us, possibly. Well, he's already asked his question, so can we answer it?
Sure. Morgan is on the call, and Morgan, if you would lean in and respond to the commissioner.
Yes, in the particular item that's put forth towards the board today, SOS, that HUD match is not included in the suggestion for these particular providers.
I'm sure there's a follow-up to that.
Follow.
Yeah, I know. Go do it.
I don't want to get in the way of passing this tonight. That $120 or $120,000 match is not going to go away for them. It is a requirement of the grant. And so I think we should flag it at this body to either be prepared to address it one way or another, or say that we're not. And I hate to raise this at the last minute, but it is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. So hopefully we can figure something out in a way that allows them to keep that that designation. But I'll be supportive of this. I appreciate the effort staff's put into it and the timely nature of it. Thanks.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. Commissioner Robbie.
I guess my question was going to be more broad. So since we were just given this tonight, it would be helpful for me, for whoever developed this document, to kind of present what the vision is of how the money could be spent. This is a lot of money, 1.5 million. And I'd like to understand what the rationale was for selecting the agencies that are selected, and what the $700,000 is going to be actually used for. Eviction prevention programming is a broad topic. How are we actually going to spend that money? And I don't know if someone can present on that.
We can answer those questions. I believe we can. Let's answer it. We need an answer back in here.
Morgan, if you want to kick us off, and I'll fill in where I can.
Yes, so I'll start with the programmatic aspects. So the prevention assistance funding, when we use it in this continuum of care structure is eviction assistance funds. It can also be considered security deposits. So a household that has secured their own housing but needs support in actually maintaining that housing through security deposit. So that's a broader term for a program that we already implement across the COC. Given that these funds are much more flexible, we could do much more and include what we would typically call diversion, which provides you to get a little bit more upstream outside of the eviction process. So it can also include, for instance, if a household needs groceries in order to stay in a place, if they're, say, living with their mother-in-law and it's a great situation and they need support with groceries or a car repairment in some cases. So prevention can include, it is a broad area and it is intentionally so.
And then I can pick up in terms
The
of
organizations,
the
we can speak to that,
organizations which are listed on here. And
Yep.
we've tried to describe the criteria, but some of this goes back to discussions within the last board in terms of, how to address the transition from coordinated funding to the new human services partnership. So that list represents entities which were funded by the county or through the urban county, but which have not had an equivalent contract with the county and is not expected to have an equivalent contract with the county through the new human services partnership. The amounts that are on there are the amounts of those last contract amounts that either the county or urban county had with those organizations. So those do not reflect organizations which were funded by other partners within the coordinated funding system, just those that were funded by the county. So that's how the list and then the dollar amount were arrived at.
So my follow-up question to that, if I may, Mr. Chair, is, so are you basically saying that the reason some organizations are not on here is because they were previously not funded by the county, even though the coordinated funding process was a unified process, but the dollars, I believe, if I remember correctly, the dollars were sort of like marked at the end, and like the county funded certain organizations, the city funded certain organizations, even though it was a unified process that reviewed the applications. Is that right? Essentially? Okay, you're muted, but you're saying yes, I can see. And so so this list then is organizations that the county previously funded that received gap funding after coordinated funding went away. Is that right? They already received a round of funding from the county?
This would be another round of gap funding. The board last year, and I'm afraid I don't have that item ahead of me, but it adopted a similar resolution for 2022. And so this would be a similar action that's being proposed for 2023 and 2024.
And then I noted that it said with the exception of the port program.
Yes, that's correct. And so that was discussed with CMH Director Trish Cortez as we were developing this list. When CMH was notified about the ending of coordinated funding, they were able to identify other funding sources that could continue the PATH Port program. And so they did not have a need to be included in this proposal. But the program is still operational and is still funded, but just through other mechanisms.
Okay, that I would say is probably one of the most important programs that the county provides just generally. So expanding the treatment and services that they provide, I think is not a bad thing, certainly. Thank you for explaining the rationale. So the reason that we don't see, for example, Avalon Housing on here is that technically the county did not fund them before. Is that basically right? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I might do it again. So the reason is that there are other contracts that exist with Avalon Housing that address the needs here. And so because there is a separate bridge funding mechanism that's been identified, they were omitted from this list.
Okay, and then just one other quick question. The Washtenaw ISD Early Head Start funding, what is that for? I'm only curious because the county used to run the Head Start program and then the ISD took it over. Is that in relation to that?
Morgan, would you be able to address that? I'm less familiar with ISD's program on that.
I'm trying to recall that program as it originally was funded when this was co-fuel over the pandemic. Funds could be used differently than the original application. Can I get back to you on what specifically they're doing with those funds currently?
Sure. And thank you. And my understanding is, are we gonna have a further opportunity to review? Oh, did you need me to stop?
No,
talking?
please continue. I was gesturing to others.
Are we gonna receive a further opportunity to vote? I mean, the organizational funding is fairly, that's line itemed, but are we gonna have an opportunity to have another weigh in on how the 700,000 is gonna be spent for eviction programming or not?
Yes, there's a plan to bring that back to this body.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess, like everybody, we got this tonight. I'm glad that there's something. I just, still trying to wrap my head around it. So one of the things that we keep hearing is just like the need for more staff, to manage, handle like the wraparound services and go through some of the backlog of folks to assess them. So how will anything in here help with that? Or is that something that's going to come back to us?
That is something
Work through it in the coming weeks. Also later in meeting, update on the intake program through all.
Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, I appreciate that. That's one of my like larger concerns. And I think if we had been able to assess a lot of the folks that were part of the emergency hoteling, we might have either been able to divert or like not keep them in hotels for as long as we did because they could have maybe gone somewhere else. So I'm just highlighting that as like part of the problem, not the only one, but part. But I appreciate this.
Yeah. Yes, and you'll hear more about that later
Awesome.
during the
Thank you.
presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Morgan.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know how we're going to, at the end of this, at the end of fiscal year 22, 23, 24, how is the outcomes, the results of this funding, the effectiveness of it going to be reported back to us?
We
All right, guys, go ahead, please.
We maintain data and matrices on program outcomes. So folks that have received funds, have they stayed stably housed for the duration? How long have they stayed stably housed? If they returned back into the system. So we can, at large, we collect that information and we can collect that information and report it back to this group as well.
We're good. Any other questions, friends? Yeah. Commissioner Scott?
I mean, it's only a question for, it's an email, I think that we've all received, and I guess I'll understand more about it, about how Hawk is gonna be using some of these funds and some of the feedback we've gotten from people doing work in this area about a hotel case manager and a shelter coordinator that seemed like they were good positions that Hawk had. Hoping we can integrate some of that back into our programming that maybe helps us move people out of the hoteling program and into more effectively into better solutions.
I believe that's part of the long-term.
I'm
strategy.
hoping.
I mean, it's on us to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, thoughts? All right, well, I would say thank you very much, colleagues. I know no one likes to receive anything to vote on just before a meeting. Clearly, this has been a really critical issue for us and a lot of time, and I want to thank all the staff for their work on putting this together. We worked out the final details of this shortly before the meeting, and then I requested that this be put on the agenda for single reading, given the crisis that we find ourselves in. So I know that typically it's a challenge to vote on something that you receive shortly before a meeting, but given the emergent nature of the issues that we're dealing with here, I appreciate your, you accommodating this. So now we're gonna go ahead and vote on it.
Yes.
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 Yes. We did it. Excellent. All the people that are here for public comment, I hope would be pleased by that. All right, the other items, I believe Commissioner Scott had something earlier.
Because it's on a final reading of the formula grant. It's like I love reading about them. Question in the next time you look at something like this for 2024, I think you could get an estimate, probably not people to say exactly, but an estimate of how many people each one of those grants serve. I would love to know the scope of how many people are served. So just for the future, if we could get that information, I think that would be helpful.
Administrator Dill's taking notes right now on that. And he is so good at taking notes. I mean, when he hears the thing and then the note happens. All right, it seems like that's a doable thing. Yes. Yep. Commissioner Robbie, was that a hand? Yep, all right.
All right, I only have one item that I have questions on the rest of the agenda. Sorry to disappoint. So my question, well, I do have a comment on another item, but on the marine safety grant, not sure if we have someone from the sheriff's office here today or not. But
Anybody from sheriff's office?
no.
Yep. Is it a question that maybe someone
I
here would
mean,
know?
maybe, I don't know. I guess I'm wondering, like, I know that this grant is being used for marine safety, but I always like to ask, you know, whether there is money being used on firearms as part of this.
I think the answer to that is always no, but we have someone that we can patch in.
I did think I saw it in here, which is why.
Jesse Smith. Come on down, Jesse Smith. Jesse Smith.
I thought I saw it in here, though.
I feel like this
While we're waiting on Jesse, we have discussed this in the past, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't believe firearms are a component of this.
It's a gun and uniform allowance.
Yeah, so I guess my question was around on page 119. There is a gun and uniform allowance. It's not that much money, but I'm wondering what that is. I also, as a side comment, in case people are looking at that, I do just want to quickly say in terms of the budget write-up on this, where it says the impact on the budget, it says the marine safety program is budgeted in the sheriff's office general fund. I guess from a budgetary standpoint, I'd love to understand what that means, because we have a general fund at the county. What is the sheriff's office general fund? That implies that he has his own budget at the sheriff's office.
Jesse Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yep. Jesse, yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, you
Yes.
can't hear me. Sorry.
No, we can. Yes, Jesse.
Okay. I guess, so what do you need first?
Can you buy guns with this? With this
Oh,
grant?
no, this is to pay our part-time marine safety officers to patrol the waters of Washtenaw County.
Okay,
And
I guess
for equipment and boating.
I just wanted to make sure, because in the grant write-up on page 199, there's a line item for gun and uniform allowance, and it says quantity 1, cost per item 2150.
So, yes, so every deputy does get a gun and uniform allowance as part of their yearly stipend, I guess you'd call it. With the amount of money that the DNR gives us through the grant, it's about probably a third of what our actual budget is. So all of it is actually taken up by my salary, essentially.
Okay.
So Commissioner Robbie, if I may, I think your question is, could it be used to buy firearms? Not, is it going to be used to buy firearms? Is that?
Well, it sounds like it is part of the grant, that there's an allowance for uniform and firearm. So that's information that's helpful for me to understand.
I mean, that's the time you got other questions. Because it
Oh,
does. Go ahead.
The other question was budgetary, but that kind of answers my question. I guess there was confirmation that is in fact a gun and uniform allowance that's being used as part of the grant. Is that right?
That's not what I understood, so
Yeah, that's not how I understand it either.
Right.
What I hear is, and Jesse, please correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing is you could use it for firearms, but you don't.
Well, so I guess they give us a certain amount, and then I guess you can take it how you want it, what it's used for. Like our overall budget is, I believe it's like somewhere around 180,000 or 200,000, and they give us 65 of it. So it's not specifically used for it. I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know the good answer to that.
Commissioner
But-
Wojciechowski, he's got a question.
So might it be better said that this grant will pay for part of the deputy's salary compensation package, and potentially the firearm purchasing component will partially be allocated to the grant?
Correct.
Nice.
So if the grant is paying for 50% of the deputy's salary, it's going to pay for 50% of his firearms allowance.
Thank you for reframing it that way. That's very helpful.
the only asterisk that I'd add is that every deputy is going to receive a uniform and gun allowance. So that cost is going to be borne by the county regardless. Yeah.
Yeah. Commissioner Robbie, is that satisfactory for your?
Yeah, I mean, I'll move on to my next question, which is around the budget piece. Did somebody want to respond to that component?
You might need to ask it again.
So my question was around the first sentence of the budget impact, where it says Sheriff's Office General Fund. I'm wondering if that is a new term that's being used.
Catherine has got that.
So all that means, there's an org for technical knowledge, there's an account in the general fund for marine safety. We budget this revenue in the general fund, so the grant revenue comes into the general fund is all that is saying. So it's the standard way we've been operating. All of the costs are in the general fund, and then the 60,000 plus comes in as state revenue. I think state revenue? Yeah, state revenue.
Just to be clear, it's county general fund that is in the sheriff's office budget.
Yeah, it's there. The sheriff's office component of the general fund budget is what they're talking to, not a separate sheriff general fund somewhere else.
Okay. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. In future impact on budget statements, I think maybe that should be rephrased.
We can do that.
I want to hear some any other ones on this item? Feeling good about the marine safety? Feel good? Feel good. All right, Commissioner Robbie. Well, anybody else got one before I call back on Commissioner Robbie? I'm gonna call it back on you. Just want to, you gotta share the love. I'm seeing none. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say on the last, I think it's the last item, the hiring committee's recommendation of Ashley Hall. I just want to say that Ashley is somebody that I've known for a long time. She's an excellent choice, and I'm looking forward to working with her. And she brings a lot to the table, a lot of great depth of experience. And she's somebody that, is probably, one of the most well-qualified people that we could ever even imagine to have in this role. So I'm grateful for that recommendation, and I just wanted to say some kind words about her.
Excellent. Any other comments at this time? Commissioner Somerville.
I'll just add and say that I'm happy to have Ashley Hall on board. Yeah.
Commissioner Scott. You got to turn your mic on, otherwise I can't hear you. It's like it didn't happen. Hold on. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Administrator Dill got jealous that I wasn't saying nice things about him, so I'll say nice things about him too. He's great.
Great. All right. Any other questions about any other items before I ask us to vote? Yes, well, I would say that I'm very pleased to have Ashley joining our team. The hiring committee was very pleased. We are all very excited for her to join us and for the position to be filled, for us to be able to do even more fantastic work here for the residents of Washtenaw County. Let's go ahead and roll call vote.
Yes.
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 All the items are passed. Fantastic. Ashley, why don't you come on up and share some words with us?
Well, that was embarrassing. Thank you all. Good evening, commissioners. I just want to say thank you so much for the vote and for the warm welcome. I feel very loved. I'm very honored to be in a role where I'm able to give back to the community that has given so much to me. So I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to work with you on these really important issues that we're facing here in Washtenaw County. And, you know, just working to make this a better place to live for everyone. So thank you all. My first day is Monday. Everyone's asking me, so I'm very excited to get started. See you all Monday.
See you Monday. Thank you for being here. Awesome. We're going to move on to report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, good evening. First, I want to just start with a thank you for moving the item forward this evening. As you know, we've been in a housing crisis for the past few weeks. And I wanted to call that out because I know that you had a number of questions this evening, but I did want to remind you all that we have been in a state of crisis. It has been all hands on deck in administration to move those things forward. I think we have a strategy that moves us through our short term, our immediate needs, and longer term. What you approve tonight will give us the space to move this initiative forward and begin the discussion around building a system and focus on some systems change moving down the road. So I just wanted to say thank you and acknowledge the work of the staff and administration. It really has been all hands on deck. And I will just apologize to you all for those questions that remain. We will certainly get those answered. But you know, I think our community is better for the action that you took this evening, and we'll try to make sure that as we move forward, the needs of our community are paramount. So with that, we also talked about making sure that in terms of the system that we do everything in our power to make certain that you all had the information that you needed. One of the things that you'll hear from us this evening, I'm joined by Morgan Boyston from OCED. She's going to give you an update on the intake process. There's been a number of questions from both inside the organization and from community partners around that process. I think you'll find what we share this evening informative, and it will provide the framework for us to continue to work through those things in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Morgan.
Greetings all again. I think Crystal is going to be sharing the presentation with from her screen. And as soon as she brings it up, we can get started. So I'm going to be talking to you all today about housing access for Washtenaw County. We call it HAWK. HAWK is, and Crystal, you can go to the next slide. It is a combination of various community programs that form our coordinated entry system. So coordinated entry is our single point of entry into the homelessness system. The county launched an RFP in the summer around July in order to contract formally with providers to be both the call center and assessment agencies. There were no community partners interested in the call center, so OCD took over that role. We are already the continuum of care lead. The continuum of care is our homelessness response system. So we took on the additional role of being the call center as well as the HARA. And I'll get into the specifically what a HARA is on the next slide. But this is our organizational chart. So it shows Office of Community and Economic Development at the top. After that, it is housing access for Washtenaw County Call Center. Again, OCD staffs that office or that role. It is comprised of 8 staff, 6 folks who answer the phones from 8:30 to 5 every day, 1 temporary supervisor, and we also have someone we call a court liaison. So they attend every eviction court hearing so that we're capturing folks that are in the eviction courts and able to prioritize their appointments. From there, we have 2 assessment agencies. One is SOS. SOS provides our family assessments and also provide prevention assessments for everyone in the community, so both individuals and families. Again, family shelter assessments are the process that gets someone referred to shelter, and prevention assessments are those funding sources that allow to pay for someone's or prevent someone's eviction. And then SALC, Shelter Association for Washtenaw County and / Delana Center, are our individual shelter assessor in the system. From there, folks that are assessed and deemed literally homeless and referred to shelter are referred to our Community Housing Prioritization Committee, or what we call CHIP. CHIP is the space where we make permanent housing referrals. So that is the space when someone is put on a list and they're said they're waiting for a housing resource. It is this list. And in this space, community providers come together based off of available openings in community and talk about who would be the best person based on a prioritization that we maintain. So it's not at random, but it is a prioritization process that determine who gets the next rapid rehousing placement or permanent supportive housing placement in community. Next, Crystal. So this slide, and you all will have this information, it will be provided to you. It is dense, it's a lot. It breaks down the definitions of exactly the roles and what they do. I mentioned to you previously that the Washtenaw County and OCD are now technically the HARA for in our continuum of care. So the HARA is the Housing Assessment and Resource Agency. This is another new additional role as a result of the disengagement from Salvation Army. What this means is that OCD is charged with overseeing the policies of the coordinated entry process, sharing out data on the coordinated entry process. At large, as the COC lead, OCD has already been charged with submitting collaborative grant applications, being fiduciary for state and federal funds on behalf of community partners, providing training and policy implementation and assessment, monitoring of funding contracts, and the overall kind of strategic structuring of the COC system. Again, the HALT call center is the space in which someone can call in order to be provided an assessment and be given a referral to shelter. And then we have our assessment agencies. We have the CHIP committee, which is the space where folks are prioritized for housing resources. And then lastly, we have our coordinated entry oversight and evaluation committee. That is a committee of community partners that come together and actually evaluate what is happening in the coordinated entry system. So in years prior, it provided cold calls to Hawk, for instance, when Hawk was at Salvation Army, to really get at the experience of those that might be using the system. Next. So the next few slides talk about very specifically the workflow. So if someone were to call or get access or resources at any one of these steps, this is what one would expect. So when someone calls and is in crisis, calls the call center, that same day, they would be given an intake into our HMIS, which is the Housing Management Information System. That system, HMIS, is a MSHDA mandated data resource that we have to implement or have to input all folks that are experiencing homelessness into. So when someone calls, we enter them into HMIS. We determine their level of homelessness. HUD has categories of homelessness that go 1 to 4. We prioritize category 1, which is literally homeless, and we can provide prevention resources. Again, that's eviction assistance, for instance, to category 2. So we will determine what category they are. If they are housed, then we are not able to provide them funding. That includes those that might be, for instance, what we call double up. So they might be staying with a relative. Our funding is not allowed to necessarily serve that household. So in that case, or if they're just housed and say they are worried that they can't make rent and they have 30 days until, for instance, they're at the point where they might be facing eviction. At that point, there's nothing that our system funds can do as we know it at right now. We would have to refer them to other housing resources, other community providers that might be able to assist, though there's not many that can assist someone as upstream as that. If they're category 2 at risk of homelessness, which means they're within 14 days, they expect to be homeless, and they are 30% AMI or below, we can provide a prevention assessment, which includes providing funding to address their current crisis, which often, again, is eviction. We can provide each household up to $3,000 in rental assistance or eviction assistance through our MSHA ESG funds. And we also have been recently leveraging barrier buster funds, and because we're seeing the needs are above the $3,000 community cap with ESG. If someone is literally homeless, so category 2, they will be given an they will be scheduled for an assessment based on the availability of our assessors. If they're a family, again, they're assessed by SOS. If they're an individual, they're assessed by someone at the Delana Center. They'll be scheduled for that assessment. And then based off of what is the assessment tool is called the VI SPDAT. Based off of that tool, they will be referred for a housing resource. In some cases, folks might be determined at that point not to be literally homeless. So they might have reported saying that last night they slept in a place not meant for human habitation. But after talking to them further, they said, actually, I slept at my mom's house, but tomorrow I might not have a place to stay, or next week I might not have a place to stay. Then the family shelter assessment or the SPDAT is not necessarily the right resource or the course of action for them at that moment. Next. So another part of the process that we often get questions about that happens through the HAWK process is called our housing choice vouchers. So that's the vouchers that MSHA provides. It's what a lot of us have known as Section 8 vouchers. It's a voucher that you get to take wherever you want to in community. So wherever accepts that an HCV is what we call it for short, is where you can use in order to rent a unit. This process is also determined through when you call HAWK, and it is eligible for those that are literally homeless. So if you're an individual that's literally homeless or a family that's literally homeless, you will also be signed up or assessed for an HCV. And so this is just the process that it takes. It asks for different data that we collect. We have to input the household's name into the MSHA HCV database. And when MSHA has voucher pools, they send us the list of folks for Washtenaw County. So it is CLC specific. When there's a voucher pool, not every community gets a voucher pool at the same time. But say when Washtenaw gets a voucher pool, MSHA will pull the list that they have on their database, send it to us, and we will reach out to folks and make sure that they get supports in attending the sessions in order to get to acquire their HCV. Next. So one more slide back, sorry, Crystal. So HAWK's or our individual shelter assessment workflow is very similar to the one I just outlined. So someone will call the HAWK call center. They will be referred to Delana Center for as a shelter referral. A person will have to call Delana Center within a month in order to get the assessment. They will be scheduled for the assessment and put on a triage list. At that point, they will have to wait until a residential bed is available at Delana's. This is during non-winter months. During the winter months, anybody needing shelter can show up to Delana's or call HAWK and get an immediate referral. Outside of those months, there is a waiting period, and there's always a wait list for individual shelter, residential shelter, as there is with family shelter. And so when someone gets on the list and they're called for a residential shelter bed, they have 48 hours in order to show up and claim their bed. Otherwise, the Delana Center moves on to the next person on their list. Next. For those that are waiting for a residential shelter bed, there are also other programs that Delana Center offers. Delana Center also happens to be a community center for folks facing homelessness, individuals especially. So folks can go there and take care of laundry, can take showers, etc., get some help with job placement, etc., outside of actually being in the residential program. Next. And so this is our family shelter workflow. Again, it all works very similarly. It just happens at different organizations according to population. They get referred to if they're category 1 or category 4. 4 is experiencing fleeing domestic violence. So if they're category 1 or category 4, then the first step is always to attempt diversion. Do you have anywhere else to go? If no, they have nowhere else to go, then they are scheduled for a family shelter assessment. As soon as they complete that assessment and give them referral, once they're referred to shelter, they receive case management, and through that case management process, they're placed on the CHIP list, and then they are prioritized for a housing resource. Next. Again, the prevention, we kind of went through this already. This is in here multiple times for folks to really see that it does work the same, whether it's an individual or a family. So I'll let you all read this in detail. Next. And so I wanted to share with you all the March Hawk Call Center and assessment data. We provide this data monthly, and it's updated on the Washtenaw, on the Office of Community and Economic Development Homelessness website. So this month, there were 2,385 calls. It's quite an increase this month from the previous months. Again, we see that typically as the winter season closes, as the shelters close, emergency winter shelters close. There was an average of about 104 calls a day. It's about an average of 2 minutes and 11 seconds for a call to be answered. About 50% of the calls are answered within 5 minutes. This month, there were 44 prevention appointments scheduled, and we are quickly catching up. One can call Hawk today and expect to get an appointment within the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks is not our community standard. Our community standard is 48 hours, but we are closely and quickly bridging that gap of time. So as you can see, for the month of March, there were 44 prevention appointments scheduled, and we conducted 90 prevention assessments. So the staff are working very quickly and catching up. Similarly, 54 family assessments scheduled, 32 family assessments conducted. There were 72 individual assessments scheduled and 45 individual assessments conducted. So that is the data and the system structure I have to share with you. I open it up for any questions you might have or clarity.
Thank you, Morgan. You know, I say it from time to time, I really appreciate a good map, but I also really appreciate good flow charts, and there were several of those there. So looking forward to looking at those in greater detail when we get them. Now, I know there are probably many questions, and Commissioner Labar was quickest on the draw there.
Thank you, Chair. Morgan, thank you for the presentation. Thank you also to you specifically. You've been wonderfully responsive to some of the questions I've had. And I just want to attest to your capabilities here. One quick question, though, relates to some of what we heard tonight and some of what we've heard, I think, from advocates, from service recipients, and from others in terms of Hawk doesn't work. Is there sufficient communication in terms of what Hawk is and when that shift took place from the old contract provider to OCED staff, so that one, when they say that, we can explain who's answering the phone now, and two, so that we can make the point that we talked about at your last presentation. If this is important, OCED does not have current sufficient capacity to do this at this level without some additional resources. Has that been provided to that population? Is there recognition there?
So yes, I do think we provided, and as I said at that coordinated entry evaluation committee, there are many community stakeholders that work with this population at the table. I think in all fairness, though, folks that have used the line in the past were experiencing great trauma and were in great crisis. And so they are truthful in stating that the experiences they've had in the past, and I expect it's going to take some time to build that trust up, which is why we are sharing the data widely and helping folks to build a positive frame around what the new system looks like. So the answer to that is yes, we do share it. And I know it takes some time for folks to gain trust back. And yes, we are still under-resourced to do this work, though. Given the resources we have, I am amazed at all the staff that come to the table and have, we are functioning now. And so I'm really proud of the work that's been happening.
Thank you for the way you answered that, because I do want to be cognizant of the trauma on the individual level. And I also want to make sure that we are presenting the work now that OCED staff members do in the fullest light. But as always, thank you for marshaling the data here in the way you did, and thank you for being available to us.
Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Morgan. Thank you so much for pulling this together, but also staying on this late. And I know you'll be up early to get back to work tomorrow, so thank you. Similar to Commissioner LaBarre, I think it is going to take time to build that trust. I'm certainly trying to get this information out when I have coffee hours. After your last presentation, I took like 5 pages of notes with me to my coffee hour and went through basically the same talking points that you did at the meeting in February. So I appreciate the presentation that you just gave tonight. I'm going to make sure to get it out to the community that I serve. And then just to your point that you just raised about needing some more support long-term. I know I brought it up earlier, but I'm really hoping that we can work on that as a board alongside you and other folks in OCED. So we know that we're getting to where we need to be to make sure that it's sustainable long-term. So just thank you for continuing to improve Hawk in the middle of this crisis, because I know that it's really challenging. So I'm very appreciative.
You want to say something? No, I don't. Yeah, Greg's getting in here. You're off.
Yeah, I so certainly just want to thank the commissioners for the conversation this evening. Do want to remind you all that we have recently assumed responsibility for the intake process. We continue to make great strides. We'll continue to do that. But we wanted to make sure this evening that you had at least a foundational understanding of what that system looks like. Obviously, as was indicated, the data is dense. We will get the presentation out to you all if it's not already in your inbox. And we hope that you will be able to, evaluate the data and create your own talking points with community partners. But this work continues, and I think it starts with intake. That's the first touch point for us around the housing and homelessness system. And we need to do a thorough job there. So again, Morgan, I want to say thank you. I know we've had a number of conversations, including discussions while you were on vacation. So I really just want to say thank you to you all and say to this body that you stepped up while you were on vacation and really helped us put this, not only the slide together, but talk through some of the challenges that we were experiencing around housing. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to add my thanks to you, Morgan. I don't know that we've had too many opportunities to interact other than virtually at these board meetings, but I'm really impressed with all the work that you've been doing and appreciative that you've been able to step up and do that. And I didn't know about the vacation time. I know how valuable vacation time is. So the fact that that you did that is appreciated, but you should definitely make sure you take vacation time at some point. Your health is really important. My question was around the system as it used to exist versus the system that we have now. My understanding that you were just talking about it, but obviously I'd heard it anecdotally as well, but that the old system and the old provider just wasn't working as well. And now, there's still some lingering trauma from that that's carried over into the new system. But I do want to make sure I understand what is different about what was provided versus what is provided. My understanding is that the Salvation Army had a facility of some kind that it did use for housing. Is that correct?
Yes, it did have Staples Family Shelter. So it was a congregate family shelter that they had just up into 2020, I believe.
And it's no longer operating, or?
Correct. So during the pandemic, they saw a decrease in families wanting to access that shelter. So we were still referring families there, but they didn't like the idea of going to a congregate shelter, and the cost of maintaining that day to day didn't line up with the reimbursements they were getting from their funding source. So they decided to close that shelter.
What do you know what that facility is now? I mean, the building's still there, right?
Yes, when we attempted to actually use that shelter this winter, instead of doing hoteling, we figured at that time the equivalent of family need, the wait list we had was equivalent to the shelter beds we had lost with the closing of Staples. We contacted Salvation Army, and they had already, I can't remember if they sold or leased that building, but it was no longer available for sheltering.
Huh. That seems incongruent with their mission, but interesting data point. So that building is no longer available. Those are beds taken out of the system, basically, from what was affordable or, overnight housing, sheltering, to being market rate, I assume, at this point, or?
That was just a shelter facility. So I don't
That's
even
what
know
I
if they're
meant, yeah.
using it for housing at all, to be honest.
Okay. So sheltering, but now it's not being used as a shelter. It's being used as a market rate rental facility.
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay.
Or
And
they
you said
sold it.
Or they sold it, yeah. And you were saying, how many beds was it?
If I'm remembering off the top of my head, I think it was about 25 beds. And so that could be the equivalent of maybe 8 to 10 families.
Okay. So, that's really helpful. And that was the main crux of my question. So that seems like, while obviously the county has taken on, the Hawk programming and, I think has more staff that are doing this, and, hopefully we can improve and increase the response times, and the $100,000 that we just allocated tonight, hopefully that will help as well. I think that, building off of what Commissioner Somerville said, there's, I think, more funding is probably necessary in order to get this to the level that we need it in Washtenaw County. But the underlying piece that I want to emphasize there is the loss of those shelter beds is something that we, I think, need to look at finding a way to replace. And it needs to be done, as I said in my comments in response to public participation, I think it needs to be done by the acquiring or repurposing of an existing county asset to, now that we've taken that responsibility on, I think it's also our responsibility to build capacity for at least that many beds, if not more, for shelter. So that was more of a statement, not a question. Thank you.
It was a good statement, though. Other statements or questions?
Thank you, Morgan. I'd also just in closing out this topic, want to thank our community partners who are assisting with the intake, SOS and the Shelter Association. Rhonda Weathers and Dan Kelly have been strong partners with us around this work, and I just wanted to give them a public shout out and and just let our commissioners know that we are really looking at how we can change the system beginning with intake. So more to come on this item.
Thank you. So Morgan, don't leave yet. No, I didn't get to ask my questions yet. Hold on. Okay. Morgan, thank you very much. I do want to say that while you're on vacation, when I spoke to some of the providers around this, they were very glad that you were on vacation, and they all spoke very highly of the work that you've been doing. So it's a lot of praise from the board table here, but also in the community. So thank you very much. Now I got some very specific questions. I know it's late, but let's try to go through with the so think about that flow chart. So I'm really interested in trying to figure out with the hoteling piece here, and since we're potentially going to have to look at some version of emergency sheltering again, From what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong here, the process thus far for the hoteling had been, someone would call Hawk, and while they would wait to be assessed, and this had been the practice before the crisis had reached this level, they would get in touch with Mission, and then Mission would hotel them out of a fund that Mission had. But under the current system, the county has been paying to hotel families. Is that correct?
Somewhat, I am not, prior to the winter sheltering program that we stood up, we did not work closely with Mission to know exactly how many families were contacting Mission while waiting for a shelter bed. So I can't definitively say that's how it worked prior to this program. I do know that Mission has always run a hotel sheltering program though.
Got it. Yeah. So my understanding from Mission is that had been the process. It sounds like that's put what they've been doing now, and the volume of families that we're seeing has put significant strain on their ability to do that. And I'm wondering if we are going to be in a space where we're using county dollars to do hoteling or other kind of emergency sheltering, would somewhere in that flow chart fit a space where Hawk could do that? Because if a family is calling Hawk, and then we're waiting the 7 days right now, as opposed to the 48, that's the community standard, and then they then have to make a separate call to a nonprofit to do that. It just seems like to me, it's something that we could do. Am I off base here, or?
So that was the process. I think, if I understand your question, I think you're trying to get at the assessment time versus the sheltering time. And so outside of the winter sheltering program, previously, folks did not get options to be sheltered until they were assessed for various reasons, one of which in the email that you all received today. There are opportunities to divert families from the system, especially with flexible dollars, before providing them a shelter unit. And so the way the program has worked is that folks were calling Hawk. We did an intake for the winter shelter program, and based on that intake, they were immediately referred to the shelter, to the hotel shelter, without having received a family shelter assessment. Our priority was to get folks out of the cold more than it was to make sure that they were assessed before they got access to that shelter bed. So moving forward, a program would align with the coordinated entry system so that we wouldn't be in a situation again where folks were in shelter and not assessed and didn't really have any options or know what to do next.
Yeah, okay, I get that. I think my question is more along the lines of, we get through this current crisis, we're going to go through and make sure all the families are assessed, and Mission is still going to continue to do their work around emergency hoteling out of their own funds.
Yes.
If we are going to be in doing that too, I would wonder if that could fit somewhere in the flow chart with the call, right? So as opposed to having someone calls Hawk, they have to wait the 48 hours to get assessed. Maybe they don't have a place to stay in the 48 hours, but then they end up calling Mission, and then Mission places them someplace. I would wonder in that situation, if we're going to pay for it anyway, could we just do it?
We could, with additional staffing capacity, to make sure that we were sheltering the folks that we were sheltering the right population of folks, then yes. Yes, that definitely is something that we could work into the system.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, those are the system change conversations that we need to happen, that need to happen next.
That's why I'm asking the question. All right. Thank you, Morgan. You got to get on here and enjoy the rest of your weeknight here.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. One more presentation. Promise we'll be as quick as possible. Catherine's teeing it up. We wanted to talk about the budget process. That is another deliverable that's on the to-do list. We'll move through this as quickly as we can.
But still thoroughly. Yes.
Hold on. There we go. Okay. For a second, I wasn't sharing. Okay. So as Greg said, I'm just meeting with you all tonight to go through our planned 24 through 27 quadrennial budget development process. Many of you are here. Some of the new commissioners were not. Last year, we originally slated to do budget development based on organizational capacity and all of the work that we wanted to do. We recognized that really to do all of that in 1 year would be nearly impossible, both for the board, for the commissioners, for admin, finance, all of that. So we decided to extend the process, and in that conversation, came up with an idea to really utilize each year within the quadrennial process to focus on an aspect of budget development that sets us up for success. So starting at the bottom, last year was year 3, we did budget prep work where the budget team went and worked with departments to go through and do a lot of analytics on what's happening in the line item reviews, or in the different line items, to talk through what's coming of a program-based budgeting process, reviewing salary projections. We are also doing our MAG implementation to know future personnel costs, et cetera. This year 4, it will be 2023, which will be budget development, where we'll be doing that comprehensive budget look across the organization. And then starting next year, looking at the program reviews, updating all of our programs, prioritizations, our metrics, getting all of that intact so that we can communicate more. A lot of this is designed, as we talked about in working session, about getting at some of what's feels like opacity of the budget, that we can't really tell what's happening, and trying to get more of that information out there. And then year 2 is really focusing on planning and vision to launch into future budget developments. Again, this is pretty dense, so you have it. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer any. But really what we're talking about doing is this year launching a program-based budgeting process and moving it forward to the future to really do a full priority-based budget development process. To do that, we need really strong goals and metrics, both at the department level. We need strategic plans at the county level. And so all of that really requires us to do some intentional work over the next few years to be able to do that. We've done a lot of look at where other organizations have launched into priority-based budgeting, and they usually start at this program-based budgeting that we're proposing to start with this year and take it in smaller chunks to get to that next level. So this year we're looking at the program-based budgeting process, running a program request process for both the departments. The form that I'll talk about in a little bit will be also open to commissioners if you have ideas, and to submit a budget request alongside departments so we can see them collectively as what we, the needs in the organization are. Looking at any programs we can right size, identifying and evaluating metrics of success. Moving forward, we're looking at scoring all of our programs. Like I said, developing that strategic plan, also making sure we're running a comprehensive program request process on a regular basis, as opposed to waiting for a development year, so that we can manage and see what the needs are within the organization. And then in the future years, doing a max salary study, doing the commissioner priorities and organizational goals in advance of the development year, so we can really incorporate those together. And then running another development year 4 years from now. So this year in 2023, there's a number of needs for budget development. I'm going to focus on you all, just in the interest of time. So we're really looking for the leadership from budget goals and priorities of where you all want to take the organization. Support for that idea of program-based budgeting, which I think will get at being able to answer a lot of the questions that have been asked in the past, and we haven't had our structure set up in a way to answer. And then input on our program scoring criteria, which will be coming in a future slide. This slide. So for department requests, we are looking to capture, or program requests, we're looking to capture a lot of information, both from a demographic perspective of who's being served. Is there a change in demand for services? Trying to get at some of that background information. Is there a mandate? Is it a best practice? Recognizing that oftentimes good ideas are not mandates, and we're hoping they're best practices. And so just because it's a no doesn't mean we don't do it. Just we want to be honest about how things are falling, and recognizing oftentimes there are mandates that we have to do that aren't necessarily what we would prefer to be doing. The third category is called degree of reliance on the county, and that's really looking at where is the best service provider for it. Is the county the only one able? Should it be a partnership? Should it be other agencies that are doing it? Looking at cost recovery. So is there any revenue generation that would cover a portion of the costs of that change?
And that's all kind of background information to set up the foundation of their request, what they're trying to do. The last three are really trying to hone in on categories that fall into the priorities of the Board of Commissioners and figuring out the impact that these requests would have on this. So the proposed criteria right now are climate action plan, equity, and then building safe and healthy communities. Definitely open to input on that. Trying to keep it in a streamlined process. If we have 6 or 7, it's hard to score. It's hard to really assess what's happening. But we definitely want to hit the right balance of what you all are looking for. And also recognizing that it's unlikely that any request would be able to move the needle on all of them. And some to move the needle on equity might have to have a negative impact on other areas. And again, just capturing that so we can make really good decisions. Lastly, process dates laying out here. May 4th is when we're proposing to kick off that request process, both with a launch at the, announcing at the department heads and CMLT meetings, and hoping to have those requests all in by June 15th. The goal is then to give the leadership team and budget task force 2 weeks to review those requests and to begin to collect data to make recommendations as we develop the balanced budget that we will be bringing later in September or October, depending on the timing. And then looking at November for budget adoption. And then 3 months after the budget is adopted, we're required to submit the published budget summary. So that nice big book that we have all of the information in. And then lastly, just in general, the questions we're trying to answer in this process, especially for you all, is really what are the biggest problems we're looking for the budget to solve? And where are the responsibilities of the county government, county departments to make that impact that you are looking for? And then working with the departments again from their perspective of similar questions and what tools they find to help them most with the problem solving. So that is the end of the presentation. Happy to have questions or any feedback.
Hey, Catherine, that was great. You really stepped up the graphic design with these presentations. Thank you.
Thanks, PowerPoint. I'm not a graphic
I
designer.
like that that roadmap, and then the graphic after that with the scoring. That's gonna be fantastic to use. Yeah, Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Microphones tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Catherine, that really was a good presentation. I took a picture, like literally a screenshot with my phone of the roadmap. I think that potential program request scoring is like, I was just sitting here like nodding, like, yes, I love that. And I think that it will be interesting to see, like, with budgets coming in, like, who is doing all of that work too, because it's a big thing for one department to do that. So one of the things I particularly liked about that was seeing how different departments were maybe going to be able to be participating and thinking about how those things are doing, how those programs have an impact on the things you put in there. I don't know what other commissioners think, but like on my cursorial look at this, I felt like those categories were really good that captured a lot of what we talk about at the board table. And so I commend you on that. That probably was very hard to distill that, as you said, into smaller categories, because you're right, with 25 different things where it will be meaningless. And the second part of on your slide where you had the questions to ask departments about programs they could sunset in order to help work towards new priorities, I think that that's really important, and I'm glad to see that question on there. And it goes back to one of my things we talked about earlier in working session too, was even to ask departments to look at their functional vacancy rates and to think about what kind of positions we can take out of general fund budget to help fund some of these other programs and other positions we'd like to see at the county. So that's a great overview, and I love that request scoring. So nice work. Thanks, Catherine.
You're welcome. Also, one thing I didn't say during the presentation, but the future next year is to take all of the programs listed in the program inventories and run them through the same scoring metric. So we can really see what is moving the needles on our priorities, what we have to do, and where that all falls. And we've seen some pretty cool graphics we can do that I will not try to explain verbally, but hopefully can get you some more information on the budget stuff in the future.
Yeah, it's awesome. Fantastic stuff. Go ahead, Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. Catherine, thank you for the presentation. One quick question. Is the switch to using a program budget model something driven by feedback from the departments? Or is it something we are driving towards the departments in terms of thinking it'll have positive net outcomes for the whole organization? Or is it somewhere in between there?
I would say the biggest driving force has come mostly from the questions that I've had from you all since I started as budget director. I know it's been a priority of Administrator Dill as well. But I think even with the departments, when they're trying to tell the story of what they're doing and try to pull the data out, they have the same struggles and frustrations that you all have when we're trying to answer those questions. So really focusing, even if it's not necessarily they're like, because, change is hard. It takes a lot of process. There's going to be a lot of work we have to do in our financial system to make this happen. But if it gets to better storytelling, if it gets to that narrative approach that I think the public is looking for, that I think you all are looking for, then it's a value added.
I agree with that. I just want to go on record here that I think this is aspirational, and I salute that. It's no small endeavor. And I think it isn't exciting, but one of the good things about incremental budgeting is that it's something that generally you've got enough capacity to do year in, year out. And so if we think this is the way to go, I want to respect the proposal you're bringing forth. I do worry though that it's a bold and big change. So I hope you will sort of keep us up to date on that. And when you hit an issue where it's like, hey, we want to go in this direction, but we need an additional resource or a modification, that you'll share that with us. But thank you for the presentation. And Greg, thanks for I know all the front end work you've done on this too. So thank you.
So thank you, commissioners. And let me just say just a couple quick items. One, what you heard tonight is largely based on the dialogue we've had over the last few years at this table. And so Commissioner Scott, when you talk about the things that you like about this and what comes next, this should look familiar to all of you because these are conversations that we've had around this table. So we've been listening, and what we think we've done is craft a framework that moves us forward in a way that, to your point, Commissioner Labar, might be a tad bit aspirational. The one challenge that I personally have with the incremental budgeting is great when you have the money, but when we are in an environment where our budget isn't growing and we need to make reductions, how then do we do that kind of work? So I love this process because it puts energy on the front end of the discussion, and it really seeks to shift our thinking around some of the things that we have in the queue and some of the things that we have historically thought of as being parts of county government. So I hope you guys feel good about this. There's much more to come. We certainly are not there, but just wanted to say thank you to you all. Thank you, Catherine, for the presentation this evening.
And one other thing on the incremental budget or the program-based budgeting too, is we have already, as the budget team, been working with departments. So the majority of departments have already completed a program inventory that we're reviewing. So they already think of their operations that way. It's just really getting the financial data to match that. And we're really trying to meet them where they are instead of trying to push new ideas and new programs, recognizing that as we do it in a new way, needs for those programs will happen incrementally over time. So trying to hit that middle ground. And a lot of our larger departments are already organized in this way. So.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I just want to understand what you're talking about with incremental budgeting. What do you mean by that? Is that, how is that different from what we've done before?
Not to speak for Commissioner Labar, but I think incremental budgeting is what he's using for what we've done before. So just coming in with here are operating budgets, here are the small changes we're able to make with the property tax dollars after we've adjusted for salaries, cap and all, and fleet, all of those things that we have to do. This is what's left over and this is what we think we can do with it. Instead of talking about this is what's left over and this is what we think we can do with it, it's really, this is what we are accomplishing with our budget this year. These are the programs that we are doing. Yes, there are some changes that are based on that, but having that bigger picture of this is what we are achieving is what we're going for.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify that. I want to also say you're doing an amazing job and thank you for the wonderful presentation. 2 quick comments on the potential program / request scoring slide. On the demographics piece, one thing that I think is missing there that I would love to see included in budgetary conversations is the demographics of who the program is serving. So not just the size of the population or the demand for the service, but the type of population that it's serving, as in what is, you know, from a demographic perspective, what is their financial means, you know, I think that there's a lot there. And I just want to make sure that we're providing programs that serve the residents that are most in need and not programs that are serving the well-off and people that maybe don't need county services in that same way. So that's just one criteria. And then I did want to just, on the very last question on the last slide, what I think Commissioner Scott brought it up, what are programs we should sunset and stop doing to be able to focus on more impactful areas? Well, I certainly think that's a valuable question. I would just want to follow that up by the question of what are programs that we should start to be able to make an impact on the community. I just don't want us to get too caught up in like a scarcity mindset that we have to just sunset programs and also think about, you know, creating new programs as well. So I think that was kind of implied. I just wanted to be explicit about it. So thank you.
Abundance mindset. Abundance.
Yes, the goal of the program request process is both new programs as well as additions or changes to existing programs. So we'll make sure that's more clearly stated in the future.
Nice. Commissioner Machewski, nope. See, I saw you move your microphone. Wasn't sure. Anybody else? No? Thank you, Catherine. Loved the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a real quick follow-up on Commissioner Robbie's comments. I also think we have to challenge the organization. We have to innovate. I think largely the conversation that we've heard this evening, as you so aptly mentioned, we had a blueprint to end homelessness some 17 years ago, and here we stand today in a housing crisis. If we go back and look at the resources that we allocated over the last 15 years, I think we'd all come to the conclusion that we weren't very, very effective. And I don't think that we ought to continue to invest in programs and services that aren't effective year over year just to say that we have a program. So those are the kinds of things that I'm hoping this board and the organization will lean into as we move forward. That concludes my report.
Excellent. Thank you for the fantastic report. We're going to move on to my report as Chair of the Board of Commissioners. I want to be brief because I know it's almost 11 o'clock. We still have a few more items. I know I'm going to do my best here, but you know, March was one of those 5-week months. So it's been a while since we had a last meeting. So I do have a number of things to share. I'll go through them quickly. So Administrator Dill and I attended the Washtenaw County Healthy Aging Collaborative Senior Transportation Summit. It was really good. It was a very educational event. It was an event focused specifically on transportation needs for seniors in our community and what various levels of government and nonprofits in the community could do to step up. In that, one of the presentations that really resonated with me from that was looking at gaps in transportation, particularly for seniors, as a food insecurity issue. So I think there's more. I'm going to have a follow-up conversation with them on that, because they're, of course, with the conversations we've been having about a potential senior millage and then funding that we're going to allocate to aging related services, there's a lot of interest there. After that, we went to Commissioner Sanders organized a trip to Detroit to visit a number of agencies. Feel free to jump in when I mess this up, if I do. A number of agencies that might give us some inspiration about what we might be able to do with the large parcel of land that we're going to have for the East Side Recreation and Community Center. We went to Marygrove. We went to a service center where there are a number of community agencies located in a single place. If you need we could do something like that there, because we're looking at having like 29 acres. And Mary Grove had a wide variety of programs that I thought, educational focused programs that I think could be really useful out here. And we went somewhere else towards the end of the day too. That was also, where did we go at the end of the day? I'm messing up here.
We went to Centric, which is a, I guess you would call it a community gathering place.
That's right.
It's
Yes.
not quite a co-working space, but yes. So it's a rentable space for the community to be able to utilize. And they have some really nice, interesting partnerships with the community and with Oakland County. So that was the purpose for us to view all three of those different but similar options to help us be better informed.
Thank you. And it also gave me some inspiration around some of the enterprise work that Commissioner Robbie has talked about. Then we went on and have done a number of candidate screenings for our OCD director position. So that's taken a lot of time. We've screened a lot of candidates. I haven't been able to participate in every single one of the screening interviews, and I'm very grateful for staff for all of their work on that. And then tomorrow we're going to be spending the whole day interviewing for that position. So hopefully we'll be able to finish that up soon. I've had a couple of urban county meetings too, actually, since the last Board of Commissioners meeting. Interesting stuff. Attendance has been much better lately. We've not struggled to have quorum, which for some reason was a challenge. I mean, it's a good time at Urban County. Then Commissioner Labar and I attended the State of Our Plate event hosted by Food Gatherers, where we looked at food insecurity and a lot of the work that's being done in the community to address that. Really interesting. I think Food Gatherers wants to have a follow-up conversation with us. They've reached out to Commissioner Somerville to ask to be on a working session, upcoming working session agenda in the very near future. Spark meeting, it was cool. And then we had Board of Health meeting, and I don't know if Commissioner Scott wants to jump in on here. Probably not, the way she looked at me earlier when I started talking about this, but we had a really, and I think there will be an upcoming presentation from the Health Department specifically for the Board of Commissioners. But we received a presentation around firearm, both homicide and suicides in Washtenaw County. And that information it was really illuminating. It'll be really helpful for the full board to take a look at that information. And more candidate screenings. What I think is really relevant now, Crystal, can you put that document? I just emailed you something. Can you put that on the screen? Yeah. So, you've heard a lot about the community violence intervention team work that we've done, and we voted to accept those 14 recommendations from you know what I'm talking about? I just sent you an email. Yeah. I mean, it's not a document, it's a webpage. It's about the upcoming summit related to community violence intervention work. The team is putting together a summit on May 1st. It's free to the public. So public, when you can see it on the screen, take a look at that. And all of you, I invite you to participate in it. We're going to be, we'll hear from national experts in community violence interruption work, which we as a board have already committed to, and we've already invested in. Waiting for it to pop up. If it doesn't pop up, that's okay. You can also go to washtenaw.mbk.org/CVIT to see the ad to be able to schedule to go to this. Oh, I also was able to meet with the executive director of the Children's Healing Center, which is really interesting. Commissioner Sanders put me in touch with them. They are a year-round recreation facility for kids with weakened immune systems. They're going to be setting up a location in Ypsilanti Township. And that's, we don't have anything like that out here. So I think it'll be fantastic for our community. That concludes my report. Thank you, everybody. Before I turn over to items for current or future discussion and ask for closed session, for our viewers at home, we still have more things on the agenda when we come back. So we'll be gone for a while, but we have other things. So don't click away just yet. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation with regard to the 1,4-dioxane plume.
Okay, we have to roll call that.
Yes.
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 Off to closed session. Stay tuned at home. We'll be back for another item. Back. Everybody's back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back. 11:41. Calling us back to order. So we have one final item that's written on here. I don't know what else you guys got, but this last item here is from items for current and future discussion. It is the amendment to the mask requirement policy. So we listened to the feedback from the last conversation and worked with Jimena and the team to develop an amendment here that is in accordance with CDC guidance. So that's what you got. Yeah, Commissioner Beaman.
I would like to move to adjourn to a time certain on the masks.
I support.
That was gonna be my clarification at the next meeting, okay?
All right. And we're not. Okay, well, I roll call.
Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
Yes. Somerville.
Yes.
Beaman.
Yes.
Todd.
No.
Labar.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I joined Commissioner Robbie on one of his no votes. So I guess do we have any other items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Labar.
I'll make it quick, folks. We almost walked out of here not approving first reading on the Humane Society contract. I'm all ears to any discussion anybody wants to have on that. I would just say that I don't know if there's a plan B for the remainder of 2023. And so I just want to highlight that point, and my phone is open.
It almost failed, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Sanders.
sorry.
It was a 5-4
It was a
vote.
5-4 vote on the last vote, so
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Justin.
Yep. Call Commissioner Labar, or you want to respond to that, Commissioner Light?
So were you asking, did we want to have a discussion on that?
I, Commissioner, I'm just saying, I'm open to any discussion at any point offline.
Oh, yes, I
so
would like to
that's
do
all.
that. Yes, please, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Anybody else got any other items for current or future discussion?
Support.
All in favor? Yeah.